This is just a audio check for the live stream.
Online audio check for the live stream.
Audio check. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regularly scheduled council meeting for April the 27th. I'm Kevin Murdoch, the mayor, and I'm pleased that we have all of council with us this evening, which we usually do. Councillor Watson's just stepped out for 1 minute, but we'll be back in time for the business at hand. As we call the meeting to order, we'd just like to acknowledge that we gather on the traditional territories of the Lekwungen people, known today as the Songhees and Esquimalt nations. Come on through. And that their historic connections to these adjoining lands and waters continue to this day. Our first order of business is approval of the agenda. I have a mover and a seconder. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed, none opposed? We have one set of minutes from April 13th, or two, sorry, the 6 and the 7 p.m. Can we have a motion to approve, moved and seconded? We got a seconder? Thanks. Is there any corrections, amendments, or changes to the minutes? I'm just going to make sure I have the right list here. Oh, you're right. I have two for April 13th. That's it.
There's one for April 27th.
That's
a regular council meeting,
sorry. We're good. Just, hey, better to double check. So we have the motion to approve. Any other corrections or amendments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. And then we need to just receive advisory design panel from February 10th, moved and seconded. I don't usually discuss those. We're just receiving their approved minutes. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Mayor's remarks. It's nice to see our room fairly full. We have it's a good thing and the bad thing about applications that are first time in front of council. There's always lots of interest, which we appreciate and look forward to. Procedurally, for those attending here today, the land use items on the agenda are not for public input, but you're welcome to stay and listen to the conversation. And we have received a large amount of correspondence on all the applications, and we are able to consider that the written correspondence as part of our deliberations tonight. A few updates for the benefit of council and perhaps the public. I just want to appreciate my appreciation to the councillors who were able to attend the Association of Vancouver Island Coastal Communities. For those who don't know, it's an annual conference in which for Vancouver Island municipalities where resolutions are passed making requests of the provincial government for changes to policies or regulations. And then those ultimately feed up to the Union of BC Municipalities where they are either endorsed or not. And legislatively, they don't have to do what we ask, but they do have to respond to what the municipalities ask. So that had happened this weekend. There were 3 resolutions from Oak Bay, all 3 of which passed. So I'm very appreciative of that. I want to just say congratulations. The Oak Bay staff had a team enter the Times Colonist 10K this year. So if you see anybody hobbling in here, that's why. Congratulations, some very fast times. I'm looking at you. There's I just think it's a great team building thing to see staff out doing that. We also just had the chance to attend the Chamber of Commerce's annual general meeting this week. The Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General Nina Krieger spoke, and really appreciate her listing of some of the government's proposed investments in both public safety as well as supporting mental health and addictions crisis is certainly appreciated. I thought one item of interest that's been announced just last week, maybe earlier this week, is a pilot project called last week called Track and Trace, which is using some emerging technologies to track sort of in real time, almost like a DNA assessment, the origins and makeup of drugs. So these almost all the drugs now are manufactured, and so it facilitates their backtracking of these drugs to help them determine the sources of these pieces. So they seem to feel, and police leadership was there as well, and they really feel like it's going to be a good tool for them to help address some of the organized crime issues with the drug crisis. So that's positive. I also, wearing my hat as the regional hospital district chair, attended 2 significant meetings. One was of the hospital district chairs and staff with Island Health up in Nanaimo. We spent a half day together looking at some planning and some of the challenges that they're facing and how hospital districts might work closer together with them. And somewhat related, but not directly, there was a community organized meeting with some potential partners and bodies that have interest in the Oak Bay Lodge specifically. And so I was able to attend that in my role as well as hospital district staff. And all I can really say about that, it was a great meeting with all the right people in the room. It's a slow process between the potential third-party partners, which is going through an expression of interest process through the hospital district, but having the province and Highland Health and other parties. It's hard to get everybody together at the same time, and I'm very appreciative. People are trying to make this work. It's just very difficult in the framework, especially with the current financial situation in the province. That's it for my comments. We obviously have some large items on the agenda tonight, so I'll just ask that we, as our best practices are, to keep our questions short, our answers short, and our comments short, and have a robust debate on the issues in front of us. Our next item of business is the public comment and question period, and since we have many new faces in the room here, I thought I would just very briefly explain what that is. Every meeting, we allocate time to allow the members of the public to speak to council on items that are not on the agenda. There are some items on the agenda that do welcome public input, and we'll invite you forward to speak to those items on the agenda. But if there's anything that anything of interest about Oak Bay, if there's questions, comments about anything, this is an opportunity to address council. So you're more than welcome to do so. So if anybody wishes to come forward and address council, you're welcome to do so at this time. Just raise your hand, and I'm going to make the same invitation. If people are watching online, you can use the Zoom app, hit *9, use the Zoom app to raise your hand. Please come forward. And I will give you, you can be a demonstration for us on how to do this, so have a seat.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So what we ask is if you just state your name, your full name, just your municipality of residence. You don't have to give your address. And then you would have up to 3. Oh, no, sorry, on the microphone itself. There is a button. There we go. You don't have to lean close. You can sit back from it. It does pick up the voice quite well. So yeah, name, municipality, then you have up to 3 minutes.
Anton Brackage, Oak Bay.
Welcome.
I am here to address the Honourable Mayor and members of Council about the election sign bylaw amendment on tonight's agenda, about which I have to say I have grave concerns. Not mainly with the restrictions for safety or traffic visibility. I'd like to see more evidence of...
Anton, sorry. We do have, it is coming up on the agenda tonight, so we will have an opportunity to speak to it at that time.
At that time?
But not in this portion.
Okay, my
keep our comments
apologies.
to the items themselves when they come up.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Are there any other, sorry, that was a good example, though, of how to state your name and municipality and allow me to state the process. So again, items on the agenda, if they're available for public input, we'll have the opportunity at that time. But anything else is open. I don't see people online. This is open at every meeting, and some meetings we have lots of people who want to speak to us, and some meetings we have none. So I don't see hands raised. I know it's a little bit intimidating, but it's we're always very welcoming to people who want to talk to us. Okay. On the agenda, our first order of business is 7.1, the Housing Supply Act, our interim housing target order report. Ms. Cook, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening. I'll keep my introduction relatively brief. So this report is in response to a letter sent by the Provincial Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs to the District of Oak Bay on March 27th, 2026, requesting interim reporting related to housing in Oak Bay. The letter from the province requires the district to provide information on the number of net new dwelling units delivered between October 2025 and March 2026, as well as reporting on a number of other items as listed in the staff report and included in attachment 1. This information has been requested by the minister under Section 13 of the Housing Supply Act, which gives the minister the authority to request information from municipalities related to the demand for and the supply of housing. Attachment 4 includes a report prepared by staff with all the information requested by the minister, and staff are happy to take any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. My question was just for the benefit of the public. I wondered if staff could clarify the housing targets that we have as a goal this year compared to what is presented in the report, which would be the occupancy permits that are completed. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Cook.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So we're currently in the third year of a reporting period. So the housing target order for net new dwelling units is 258. So we're halfway through that reporting period, and the total net new dwelling units over that cumulative 3 years is 58 dwelling units delivered.
Thank you. Don't see any other questions, so perhaps I can get the motion on the floor. This is just that the interim, so this is move the recommendation, which is basically sending this report to the minister. Moved and seconded. Any other discussion before I call the question? I will say I did appreciate the original request was to have 2 in this time period, so I appreciated the minister when pushed back on it just wasn't reasonable. Still not a big fan of having to do quarterly reports. I think it takes up time. It could be better spent, but we do as they ask. So here we are. Thank you very much for pulling this together in short order, Ms. Cook. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. We move then to item 7.2. We have a Heritage Revitalization Agreement amendment for 1587 York Place. With us, we have Mr. Green, our Deputy Director of Corporate Building and Planning Services. Welcome, Mr. Green. I believe the applicants are here as well. May wish to come forward because I'm sure there will be questions. Go ahead, Mr. Green.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. The district has received a Heritage Revitalisation Agreement amendment application for the property located at 1587 York Place. The application is to amend a previously approved HRA application that was approved by council on March the 13th of 2025, where council adopted Heritage Revitalisation Agreement Bylaw number 4885/2025, and which authorised revitalisation of Annandale House, its relocation to the northeast corner of the site, and the subdivision of the lots into 4 parcels. That subsequent subdivision was subsequently approved, and the lots registered with LTSA in late 2025. The purpose of the amendment application is seeking to revise solely the design of Annandale House by removing the rear wing, reducing the number of dwelling units from 4 to 2, and seeking designation of certain interior features. This application was presented to the Heritage Commission on April the 1st of this year, and the Heritage Commission recommended that the amendment application be approved. The applicant and their consultants are here this evening and would like to provide an overview of the application and the proposed changes, and which is also included in the council agenda package this evening. Happy to answer any questions that council may have on the application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Green. Mr. Collins, welcome.
Hello.
If you can just follow the regular process, state your name and municipality for the record, and then you're welcome to provide your
Russ
presentation.
Collins from Zebra Design, and I live in North Sandwich, but I work in Oak Bay every day, 5 days a week anyway. So good evening, Mayor Murdoch and members of Oak Bay Council. My name is Russ Collins. We're here tonight to present a modification to the Heritage Revitalization Agreement, or HRA, for Annandale, approved in 2025. The changes are made necessary by circumstances and challenges that have evolved since beginning construction in the summer of last year. The largest revision in our current proposal is the exclusion of the west or rear wing of the original house. For numerous reasons, the retention of the west wing is no longer a viable option and the owner cannot proceed. The rear wing has experienced the greatest degree of alterations and retains the least heritage integrity, according to multiple heritage experts who have reported on the Annandale House. The revised proposal refocuses conservation efforts on the most intact and historically significant elements of Annandale. In-depth consultation with heritage consultant Katie Kummer have informed a carefully considered solution which has additional heritage conservation benefits compared to the original HRA. These proposed revisions will provide an improved heritage experience for all public-facing sides of the house and will make possible the continuation of the rehabilitation project. Another change is to convert the building to 2 dwelling units instead of 4, eliminating some code constraints associated with converting to 4 separate strata units. Katie Kummer has prepared a supporting letter that accompanied our resubmission, and I'll briefly mention the key points she outlines as heritage wins. First is the preservation of the interior spaces. The 4 most intact original rooms will now be designated, including arches, fireplaces, and folding doors and millwork. The original windows on the front-facing York Street facade can now be retained and preserved instead of replaced. The second front chimney can now be restored using original bricks, and salvageable materials and design elements from the rear wing will be used in the restoration work on the main house. With her guidance, the revised proposal refocuses conservation efforts on the most intact and historically significant elements of Annandale. So why can't we proceed with what was approved under the HRA? Since the house was lifted last fall, a number of structural and building condition realities have come to light that were previously unknown. Starting with the overall home, there has been a significant deterioration of Annandale House over time. Since its designation in 1997, limitations associated with this designation have contributed to deferred maintenance and incremental decay. This was not something we could have quantified before stripping the house and diving into the detailed design stage of the project. Building on this, these newly revealed conditions also have negative implications on how feasible it is to meet today's code requirements. The previously approved HRA may have pushed the development into Part 3 building code requirements rather than Part 9 due to the excessive square footage. This introduces much more stringent requirements related to fire separation, egress, and building envelope performance, which are difficult to achieve when working with an existing heritage structure without compromising its heritage character. In addition, strata titling would have required the complete replacement of all windows to bring the structure into compliance with a different level of the building code. The project team also encountered servicing constraints. For example, the available water flow from municipal infrastructure was insufficient to support fire hydrant requirements, which would have triggered the need for sprinklers within Annandale House. Integrating a full sprinkler system into a complex existing structure like Annandale presents significant challenges. As the site team worked to open the structure to complete hazmat abatement and interior strip out, additional limitations became apparent. Several concealed spaces and false walls were identified, which required additional abatement beyond what was originally anticipated. From a structural perspective, the deterioration revealed has limited our ability to reconfigure the layout to accommodate the 4 separate units in the previously proposed HRA. By staying in keeping with the existing layout, more of Annandale's heritage value can be retained. And finally, when the lifting process required to begin excavation and foundation construction revealed critical structural vulnerabilities. During the initial lift of the house, the large spans supporting the drawing room, foyer, and dining room began to swell and buckle under the structure's immense weight. You can kind of see that in how the floors are actually curving in these slides. So the construction team quickly paused the lift to frame quite a few large shear walls to help distribute the load and preventing further potential damage to the structure. All these factors taken together have directly impacted the project's viability. As per staff's request, a land lift analysis has been submitted with this amendment package. The report indicates that the project, as previously approved, is not viable even when considering only the land value and the existing improvements completed in recent years. I'll be deferring any questions related to this analysis to Mike, who is with us online tonight. With this context in mind, I'd like to walk you through the design revisions proposed as part of this HRA amendment. On this elevation, the south side of the house, we have incorporated a couple of changes at the suggestion of our heritage consultant. This slide of the house is quite visible to the public from York Place. The retained second chimney will be quite visible from this vantage. There's a new strategy to preserve and relocate a small dormer from the west wing to this elevation, which you can see here. A new gabled dormer feature on the south elevation will replace an old mid-century shed roof, also at the suggestion of our heritage consultant. This new larger dormer on the left replicates design elements from original dormers on other sides of the house. This is the side from which the wing has been removed. We have designed a new conservatory-style eating nook adjacent to the kitchen, which our heritage consultant supports. You see the bubbled area on the floor plan. The veranda from the north side of the house is being extended and wrapped around the east or the rear of the house. Details will be matched to the existing with an outdoor cooking area and covered dining area to enhance the space as well. You can see that here on the floor plan. The enclosed nook with its divided windows will echo the previous glassed-in elements of the Annandale veranda, which you can see on this slide. A new dormer is proposed on the east elevation. Like the one on the south elevation, it matches the details of the original dormers. On the north elevation, you can see the veranda has been extended to wrap around the east. The extended veranda will be carefully detailed to match the existing. This slide of Annandale will be less visible to the street, but maintains a balanced design true to the charm of the original home. You can see that parking was previously provided under the wing. Given the exclusion of the wing and the parking arrangement, we have designed a detached two-car garage with a low-pitch roof at the end of the driveway to accommodate enclosed off-street parking. The design of the garage is complementary to the house. Details and exterior materials, glazing, and doors will be matched with the original home and will include French doors and a trellis. The landscape plans have been modified to accommodate all these amendments, which brings us back to the front of the home on York Place and the principal public interface with this beautiful house. The second chimney will be restored and visible from the street, which we are very pleased to be able to include in this proposal. Due to not strata-titling the units, we are now able to retain and restore all the original windows on the facade, which we were prevented from in the previous HRA. The realities of the current proposal are such that we are losing some square footage of the original house, dropping from 7,726 square feet down to 5,778 square feet, which is still a very large home. We believe we are delivering a balanced design that hugely elevates Annandale from its current condition, allows the continued residential use of the home, and improves the rehabilitation structure's presence in the public realm. The civic experience of Annandale will only be enhanced by these proposed changes. The positives of the revised HRA are quite powerful and will provide a significant augmentation of the interior spaces to be protected by the HRA. In addition, major elements of the rear wing are transferring into the south elevation, and wherever possible, materials from the rear wing will be salvaged and reused, such as siding, fascia boards, soffits, window horns, moldings, etc. We would really like to be able to move this project forward as expediently as possible to prevent any further exposure to the elements and deterioration of the building. We've already had this proposal reviewed by the Oak Bay Heritage Commission and received their approval at the beginning of April. We trust that the benefits of the new amendments and the balancing of heritage objectives with fiscal realities and site conditions will resonate with the Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins, and welcome to the team that's online as well. I appreciate people being out of the country and so forth, unable to be here in person, but able to answer questions if necessary. I turn to this body. We have the request in front of us. Are there questions for the applicant? Go ahead, Councillor Smart, and then Councillor Braithwaite.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor, to the applicant. I was just curious, seeing how thoughtful this request has come to us, already really looking at balancing what can be provided in exchange for the tough situation you're in. I guess I'm just interested to know, because I imagine you looked at all the different options. Did you look at an option that was 3 units within the house, kind of closer to the arrangement of the original proposal? I think you've kind of answered it a little bit in your presentation, but I just wondered if you could, because it is of course a loss for us to lose those housing units, if you could just elaborate a little bit more on why it needed to be 2 and not 3. Thanks.
Not the 3 that we proposed before. I mean, Mike's.
I understand the units needed to be reduced, but I just wondered why they had to be reduced to 2 and not just 3.
Because we're trying to avoid doing the strata. If we kept going with the strata, then we would have to replace all the windows. We can't, it was just getting to be too expensive, and it wasn't going to be worth doing it. So we thought if we can retain the windows, restore them, keep the siding, keep things as close to the original as possible, that we would be
You can pull
better
up another
off.
chair if you wish.
And keep it more like a single-family house with a small suite, none of it strata titled, just be a secondary studio suite.
May I add something?
Sure, of course.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, just your name and municipality as well.
Katie Cummer, Heritage Consultant, City of Victoria, but work in Oak Bay. It's a very good question, and I think one thing to just keep in mind is it did facilitate the heritage designation of the interior rooms. So in not making all of the cuts and changes to the interior configuration, it allowed for a lot more to be kept as is at the front. In particular, the fireplace to facilitate the chimney being restored in the front area. So that was kind of part of the logic as well. It's a great question. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm not really sure where I want to start on this. I mean, as you know, I was against moving this building right from the very beginning. I didn't feel that it was appropriate to be moving this building. And now I see that we're going, even though we were moving forward to move it, we're going now from 4 units to 2 units. That's correct, right? Not 3 units to 2 units, 4 units to 2 units. And a portion of the original house that is proposed to be demolished is now believed to be original, not an addition, because I think in the beginning, it was assumed that it was an addition, not an original part of the house. Is that correct?
Sorry, I can answer that a little bit, but we had a previous heritage consultant who looked at the building and was absolutely positive it was an addition until we all went under the house. And we looked and it's not. It's an original part of the house. None of us thought it was. It's so different than the portion we're trying to save that it just felt like it was an addition, but it actually wasn't. Do you want to add to that?
Yeah, and I was just going to say, yeah, it has been very confusing from the beginning. Multiple other consultants as well erroneously thought it was an addition, but if you look at the dimensions of the building and the description of it in 1898 in the newspaper, that was the original length and footprint. But it has been the most altered and obviously is the one that's, it just, you know, is the strangest part of the building, hence the confusion from all of those previous consultants as well.
Thank you, Maren, through you. So, yeah, so, and I know that as far as the heritage context go, we generally discourage removing the original fabric of a building, which we're now doing, and we prefer minimal intervention and retention. And I know that staff basically in their report noted that proposal conflicts with some of those guidelines. So I guess that what the question is to me is, are we comfortable removing a portion of a known heritage structure? And for me, I'm not, and I'm not really sure how that aligns with the minimal intervention principle for the national standards. And I wonder, and perhaps this would be a question that I would ask, I guess, to you, and then also would point out to the people around this table is the interior designation enough to justify losing part of the building itself? I'm not sure. And would we have supported this if it had come in this format originally? Would we have supported this proposal if it had come like this originally? So I guess I'd like you to talk a little bit more about the interior designation. Is it enough, do you feel, as a heritage expert, to justify losing part of the building itself?
For sure. Thank you. It's a very good question. And as I say in my letter, I was not happy to be called to site and to have to go through this process because I felt we'd worked really hard to find a workable solution, Russ and I both. But I understood as I dug deeper into it that this is about giving Annandale a new lease of life. It is about I agree in terms of the original materials, but the truth of it is this part of the building has undergone the most amount of change over time. So almost all of the windows have been replaced. A number of the original materials have already been taken out. So as far as a situation where you need to make a hard choice, it would be very hard and I would not support it if it was as intact as that front part of the building. But that's not the situation that it's in. And I do feel, as Russ reminded me at the end of my other answer, the wins on the inside for things like the library and the alcove ceiling and the glass paneling or the wood paneling with the leaded glass in the windows, that is a huge win. And I was heartbroken with the previous proposal that we were getting rid of those. So from my perspective, after all the humming and hawing and the many rounds with Mike, I'm sure he was tired of hearing from me with my lists of requests, I do feel like we've come to a workable solution, a good compromise in a bad situation, because for me, I want Annandale to have this new lease of life for another 100 years to come, because I do think it will be beautiful in the streetscape. But it is a hard one to balance. I understand the concerns, but I do feel like this is a huge win from the heritage perspective, in the sense that, you know, being able to preserve those windows, being able to preserve, I included in my letter, I love the description in 1898 of how you would experience this house. We are now able to keep that, so that when people come to visit, it is as they would have experienced it in 1898 with those 4 rooms at the front. So, yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So then, is there a version of the project that retains the rear wing, but still improves the viability, or would it have to have stayed in its original positioning and not been moved? Because it's because it has been moved that we're having all of these issues. Is that correct? Or would it have been viable in its original position?
There were always concerns with the rear. You'll recall the version that was approved was a multiple iteration in. And the rear wing has always been problematic and challenging. Anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, just, I think that it wasn't the fact that we couldn't put that wing back on. That's not the issue. The issue is that in order to make it a strata, the costs of doing that just get ridiculous. And so, and the house is so big, like for a single family house to be over 7,000 square feet just seems kind of crazy. Even 5,000 is a huge house, but probably somebody would like a house that size, but 7,000 just seemed ridiculous to us. And so the idea was to eliminate the strata in order to keep some of the costs down, maintain more of the existing house, and lose the portion. What was the reference that somebody made in one of the write-ups about that portion? It was actually quite amazing.
Yeah,
Stuart
Stuart
Stark.
When he first assessed it, this made me laugh, where he says, additions badly added, how does it say? Integrity screwed, but in good shape. And then design, additions and dormers badly added. So, I mean, I think, unfortunately, this part of the building has been an issue from the beginning.
Go ahead.
And lastly, just, you talk about it's financially challenging now, and I just wonder what kind of a precedent this sets for future HRAs if approved projects do become financially challenging and we have to do something like this to it. Does it weaken the integrity of our HRA?
It's a valid concern.
Yeah, I think so. I don't, in this case, again, like we're here asking for this because it is a real issue and something that neither of us were happy about.
No, we're
but
here reluctantly.
we also have to, we have to work with our client who's also trying to, hopefully break even with this project. And I hope that it brings something really great back to Oak Bay. So that's what we're excited about and still why we're believing in this project. So yeah, from our point of view, it's an unfortunate situation. I hope it doesn't happen very often.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. I have Councillor Watson and Appleton.
Thank you very much, and thanks for your presentation. That was really helpful. There's some details in there and things you added that weren't, I don't think, in all the materials we'd had in front of us so far. I have a question for you, and then probably in a related one for staff. In your presentation, you identified things that were uncovered as a part of starting the work, the demolition, the move, what have you, that you couldn't have known about before you did that have led in part to this request. But it sounds to me like some of them were things you would have known before you did it. For example, the impact that the building code requirements would have on the proposal that was part of the initial approval, and the fire code. You mentioned sprinkling and you mentioned windows. So I just wanted to understand to what extent you did know those things when the initial application came before us with respect to the requirements of stratification.
My understanding that, again, I'm just to tell you the best that to my knowledge, that we didn't know much about the fire problems or the lack of water pressure that we were going to be dealing with until we were applying for permits and going through that process. I wasn't involved in that. They figured that out as they went along, and now we've got to a place where I believe what they're doing is allowing us to sprinkler the duplex next door and not have to deal with sprinkling Annandale. That's my understanding. But again, that all happened through Mike and his team. We weren't involved in that side of it.
So Mr. Miller is available online, and maybe I'll put the question to him.
Yes, maybe we could ask Mr. Miller to respond to that, and then I'd like to ask staff a question.
Mr. Miller, I see your hand raised, indicating you wish to answer the question. So why don't just, if you can just provide your name, municipality, and you can answer the question of Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Over through you to Councillor Watson. Firstly, I'd like to apologize for not being present. I had to unforeseen schedule that conflicted, so please accept my apologies, but doing my best online. Just to repeat the question, if I may, to do with the known entities versus unknown entities. Okay, thank you. The term unfortunate has been used a couple of times, so it's an exacerbated answer, but specific to that, there's a few things that have worked against us. One is code changes that have become real. So as code changes, if this for this to be strata titled, it must meet 2, 5, and 10-year warranty. So things like structural foundations and stuff like that. Envelope. It's sort of exacerbated through the review, which is almost invariably done when you go what's called from schematic design development into working drawings. So that's generally the process. It's a fair question, and again, not trying to weaken the argument, but when you're linear on a process, you can predict as much as you can. But mixing those with a heritage building is an undertaking that is not the most common. I have done a lot of heritage buildings in the past, albeit not a strata titled heritage building in quite a while, single family, which again, defaulting back to the Part 9 code versus the Part 3 code, was able to unlock some of these costs, which is already obviously, as per the land left, as per staff's request, quite burdened. So certainly don't want to pass the blame on to anyone. It's just sometimes they're not known. And to Mr. Collins' comment, we wouldn't have known the weakening of the pressure from Oak Bay until after we actually got that, which they're not prepared to do that work through engineering department until after we go through the HRA and then subsequent the PLA process, which is always handled after the HRA. In fact, our PLA was applied for earlier than the application went before council for the HRA. However, they were unwilling to do that, which is fairly normal course of business because it could be wasted efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Perhaps I could add any further. Sorry if I missed anything.
Sure. And we just have go ahead, please.
Yeah, and just to add one comment in terms of the sprinklering, I was not told that would need to be required. And certainly if that had been raised, I would have had concerns, to be honest, because sprinkling a heritage building, particularly one from the 1890s, can come with additional concerns and potential damage. One, in terms of both aesthetically, but also if there's a breakage in that, you can do further damage, things like that. So it definitely is something that should be approached cautiously and be kind of a method of last resort, if I can be honest. Thank you. So.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Watson.
Thank you for your commentary on that. And I'd like to turn to staff with the same issue. And hearing what you've heard and knowing your own part, I guess building and planning in the process thus far that brings us to the point of a reapplication with changes. Is there anything that you, if our processes were different, could have prevented this situation? That's a lot to ask right on the spot right now, but just reflecting on that, is there anything that we might have anticipated with the initial application that might have raised those matters with council before we got to the point for the re-request? There were certainly things around the permitting process that weren't learned until we got to that stage. Could that happen earlier? Could we have done this a little differently if our procedures were different?
Mr. Green?
Through your worship to Councillor Watson, difficult question to answer that. In relation to when an application comes in for a HRA, we are reviewing that application. In this case, we did discourage a subdivision application being submitted, if I recall, back in 2023. 3, I guess. That's mainly because there's no point in the district starting the review of a subdivision application when that essentially that subdivision cannot take place without that HRA being approved by council, and therefore there's, I guess, wasted time on behalf of the applicant, wasted time on behalf of staff, sitting on an application for almost 3 years that cannot be processed until we know if council is willing to approve a HRA application. And so it's only when we think that there's bylaw readings being given that we generally encourage applicants to then start thinking about a subdivision application that may have some merit and could start to be reviewed. I'm not sure if Mr. Rennick would like to add anything to that comment.
Mr. Rennick?
And I guess I'm particularly thinking about I mean, that's definitely part of the process, but I'm thinking about technical issues like water pressure, like sprinkling, like things that our own code review might raise.
So just to add to that, there was obviously when we received that HRA, the application was reviewed by our building department, not necessarily from a code perspective, but more from a building envelope in relation to location of windows on the north elevation in relation to the adjacent property. And so window fenestration and coverage of windows in relation to that elevation was picked up and looked at by the building department.
Mr. Rennick?
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Watson. Speaking specifically about the water availability and the potential of sprinklering the building, as the applicant noted, these things do kind of happen in a process of the amount of time that both the applicant is willing to invest into technical studies as well as the amount of time that it's prudent for staff to spend reviewing them certainly evolves as these applications go through. Specifically with respect to the fire flow, the amount of fire flow that's needed for a dwelling is based on a formula from something called the Fire Underwriter Survey, which looks at square footage, it looks at exposure to adjacent buildings, type of construction, whether or not the building is sprinklered, and that ultimately comes up with a recommended fire flow. Certainly it was foreseeable early in the process based on the sizes of the water mains on York Place that fire flow would be challenging. Ultimately, sprinklering the building, I mean, I understand the comments from the heritage consultant. Sprinklering the building does tend to be the default answer when there's inadequate fire flow, because as soon as you put sprinklers into a building, it lowers that requirement. So is it conceivable that early on in the process, it could have been identified that, hey, there's not a lot of fire flow here? Yes, but I think that when that determination came that one solution was sprinklers, I think that came in the time in the process that made sense in the procedure to come to that conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Rennick. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, staff. It's helpful to have those reflections, I think, and thanks for taking the question. One final question. This is really addressed to the applicant. The proposal does lead to a loss of a couple of units that I know we were eagerly anticipating. And I am concerned that the remaining unit, the home, is so large that it might be hard to market. And I just wonder if you or your economist that's online right now could comment on that, because I am concerned about that we end up with one very large home that really may not have a buyer.
Mr. Collins, do you want me to give that to Mr. Miller? Or
Probably a good idea.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Miller.
Through your worship, it's often intuitive to think that more density and more revenue drives a more profitable project. It was over about 15 months ago, I believe, since this project was endorsed through council through a long iterative process, one that was on balance, hopefully win-win for both parties. No short of significant things have happened. And in this particular case, it's spend hopefully less, lose less. So while the housing units is not to be taken lightly, I completely understand. What I'm trying to balance is not just economic realities, because that's my challenge, my concern, is delivering the heritage component of this project in its entirety. So all other aspects of the previous HRA, as I think possibly noted in the application are still intact. And that when I started having significant challenges, so normally a house move wouldn't take this long. Again, a lot of structural challenges that we're dealing with, which was part and parcel probably to do with the deterioration of the structure over a number of years, and honestly, to be totally candid, not its upkeep. That certainly reflects part of it. When I came and saw Russ and Katie, it was by no means an easy conversation for anyone, including myself. And it wasn't. And to back this up, I actually came and saw Mr. Green first and asked his advice, not on the application changes as a whole, more like what could be done. So I actually came and saw Mr. Green. We walked the property, and I just started to share some of my challenges that, to be quite frank, I have not had in 30 years. And this is not making excuses nor lack of foreshadowing or past blame or responsibility. It's just some really challenging. And then of course exacerbated with current market conditions. Again, the risk reward of being a at market developer, but still realities of the day. And what I'm really trying to do as I effectively renegotiated first through Katie, which was the toughest stage gate in no short description. She really lobbied a lot of the heritage components and adding more homes, not gross sellable square footage to the building, affected what Katie wanted too, which was the 4 rooms designation, the chimney, the dormers, the gables, things like that, and maintaining the front integrity of the public realm. As far as the size of the home, you're not mistaken. There's still a risk that the home, we have the economics to complete as presented, and that I feel very comfortable in saying. The revenue at the end will be at my risk, and I accept that risk. And just really want to commit to the public interface of the heritage building as sort of presented this evening. Again, cap in hand. I understand the situation. It's never happened to me before.
Thank you very much. That's everything from me.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I think it's probably questions for staff, but just to understand kind of what the next steps might be, and I'm not presupposing what the applicant would do, and I appreciate the applicant is, coming forward in good faith to present an alternative proposal and really does want to make this thing move forward. But just in terms of if it was not council's wish to support the project in its current form, I guess at some point, can the HRA be just voluntarily withdrawn or discharged? And then at that point, at what point could the properties, in this case, the two addresses, revert back to their previous, the subdivision associated with the HRA would then itself be extinguished? And then what effect does the designation have on the home in terms of potentially choosing to not retain the house long term?
Mr. Green?
Through your worship, to Councillor Hobson, I'll try and answer that question. So obviously the subdivision has been completed, so the HRA facilitated that subdivision has taken place. The lot was then essentially is now into 4 lots. The property is still designated by bylaw. Obviously the HRA does have an expiry term, but that is not until quite for the foreseeable future. And so I guess it depends. If council doesn't agree to these changes and that HRA is still in place, then I'm not sure what the the outcome of that would be. I guess remember that HRA will be in place. I'm not sure that there's a way for the applicant not to proceed with that HRA in its current form without changes to it. It's a designated property by bylaw. That house was designated by bylaw in 1997. I'm not sure that if council doesn't want to see these changes or wants to try and retain the existing HRA, then we would probably need to report back to council with some of the implications of that at a later date.
Councillor Appleton? Thank you. I don't have anybody else on my speakers list for first-time speakers.
Mr. Mayor?
Questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Mr. Miller, if you wish.
Thank you, sir. Through your worship to Councillor Appleton, just want to add to Mr. Green's comments. So first and foremost, I'm not balking from this from this commitment. I'm going to find a way through this application. This is not to bait and switch the conversation. I'm committed to seeing this through. But notwithstanding that, there is legal mechanisms within the HRA. And again, I don't want to put Mr. Green on the spot, that sort of protects the district's interests through an HRA. And again, it's kind of like I'll defer it to a partnership agreement in business. You generally don't look at it and remember everything within it unless there's a problem. But I do recall vaguely that there's mechanisms within the district, actions that can force certain requirements, and then the risk falls back onto me as the person that signed the HRA. Again, that is no way, shape, or form what default plan I'm proposing. I want to see this through. This is effectively an effort of many variables over the last year and a bit, and trying to find a way that still hopefully, on balance, gives the heritage community, at least in this particular lot, still the feeling of a win with all the things that have come to light, and no less than, of course, the market being one of them, but primarily the things that have come to light through the application. Again, just to remind council, the other components, including the housing agreement that's in place on the duplex, and the other restrictions as a whole, are all still in place and not up for discussion whatsoever.
Thank you. Going to the first-time speakers, Patterson, and then back to Smart.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and through to staff. I mean, I have, right from the start, I did express concerns about this, the building, simply the conditions, the age and whatnot. But I do note in the staff report, it does say that the Heritage Commission reviewed the application on April 1st and passed the motion that recommendation that we approve this. So just to clarify then, what the Heritage Commission saw on April 1st contained all of the elements that is being presented to council tonight. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Patterson, yeah, that is correct. Yes, the Heritage Commission unanimously approved the application, had very few comments, and supported the application to be approved by council.
Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
So just as a follow-up to that, and unfortunately I didn't see the meeting as it was taking place, but the Heritage Commission obviously considered that what was being presented still had relevant heritage value to the community, worthy of protecting versus trying to, I'm not sure how you would collapse an HRA, but the Heritage Commission saw merit in the recommended changes, the chimneys, the interior, and saw the continued value of a revitalized Annandale to the community.
Mr. Green?
Through your worship, yes, I would say so. Obviously, Councillor Green was the council liaison for that meeting. May I also have something to add to that?
I have her next on the speaking list, so we can take her thoughts. That's it? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Green. I'm just going to go to first-time speakers first, then we'll go to second-time speakers.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Green, for the report. I will say, first of all, that this commission had a very thoughtful, productive discussion based on the presentation from Mr. Collins and Ms. Cummer. There were a lot of questions, there were concerns raised, but I have to say it's one of the best Heritage Commission meetings I have attended in a long time, and that's only because I haven't been there in a long time. But I was a former chair of the commission, I belong to the commission, and I was impressed with the level of discussion and consideration. And it was felt at that meeting that while there were concerns always, I think the feeling was that sometimes in these matters, particularly with heritage, and Ms. Cummer would be the expert in this, there are concessions that have to be made, and particularly through an HRA. So this was considered a concession, but the bigger goal, the larger vision was to restore Annandale. And so the commission fully supported this amendment, and not without concerns, and they expressed those, but I would say there was a very strong commitment.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I have one question. I'll go to Councillor Smart for a second time, and this is through to the applicant. I appreciate all of the case made here for the changes. The one thing that's not entirely clear from the drawings is, as I recall, there was many discussions on this. We looked at rotating it multiple different ways. We tried different aspects. At the end of the day, we ended up where it was. But I'm curious about, is with this removal of the rear wing, one of the original concerns was the loss of some of the Gary Oaks and the sort of the setback from the street. Does the revised application change the setback, or is it? I'm just curious about where that's sitting right now in the application.
My understanding is they've already excavated and I'm not sure, but we could ask Mr. Miller if they've actually poured foundations. I'm not sure, but I haven't been up there recently, so I don't know.
I can ask
But I
Mr.
don't-
Miller. I'll
yeah,
turn it to
ask
Mr.
him
Miller.
that question, please.
Mr. Miller?
Thank you, Your Worship. The setback is already in exactly the same spot as it was previously approved. And there is no foundation report on site. We're kind of struggling with a bit of a standstill at this time, but to answer your question explicitly, the front yard setback is exactly the same as previously approved, as is all other setbacks.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask the question? Just, I'm not sure this is going to be a condition, but I am curious, really probably to Mr. Miller, but Mr. Collins might answer this as well, or maybe even the heritage consultant. It seems to me that there'd be some value in moving it back a little bit from the street. But I'm curious if that's your thoughts on that, about the merits of it from a heritage perspective, but also its viability and to the building itself. Maybe I'll ask the heritage question first.
Sure. Thank you so much, Your Worship. It's a good question. We had not really discussed the setback, and forgive me in the sense that I believe it has been moved multiple times, and it always makes me a little bit hesitant to be encouraging any further, every time you move it, there's potential for more damage, which is ultimately why I didn't fight for that aspect. I was on site a week or so ago. The foundation's not been poured, but it is largely, I believe, where it's supposed to be once we figure out what's happening. So I think it is a valid question, but I just caution in terms of the continued impact to the heritage building.
To the house as it is right now. I'll ask that to Mr. Miller.
Yeah.
Over to you, Mr. Miller. I think I heard that the building is on its location at the moment.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sort of. It's close to its resting place with respect to foundation. It's due to the size and the torquing that's been happening. We had to bring in a geotech recently, so it's actually not that. It's close. It's probably 5 feet away, but off axis right now, where it currently sits. So to answer your question, probably a couple feet would be doable, to be totally honest. That being said, if it goes more than, say, 2 feet, probably two things will happen. One is the geometry for the parking turnaround, which must meet the schedule, a transportation schedule in Oak Bay to turn around and pull in and then drive out. That could be at risk. I would turn that over to Mr. Collins. But the other issue would be, which is not impossible, is we'd have to probably move the building back over to the south in an effort to re-excavate, to move back to the rear, because we've kind of, when you do an excavation, you usually do an over excavation by about 3 feet plus or minus. So that's why I came back to the 2 feet. You can usually go down as tight as 1 foot and build what's called a blind wall, and you can work with that. But once you go more than about 2 feet, now you're kind of dealing with another excavation, repinning and stuff like that. So if it was deemed benefit to I don't want to put Katie on the spot or Mr. Collins, but it was deemed a real benefit to council, certainly 2 feet would be probably manageable, but much more than that would probably be setting adrift a whole new process of removing the house, relocating the house for excavation purposes.
Thank you for
Hope
that.
that answers your question, sir.
Nope, that's great. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor
Your
Smart.
Worship, sorry, Your Worship, just if I may add, just to, I guess from staff's perspective in relation to if the building was pushed back, there will be no changes to or implications in relation to trees. I guess from staff perspective, we would prefer the building to be more closer to the streetscape, given that one of the issues that came up in the past was about trying to give Annandale House more prominence within the streetscape. And so as you drive up your place, this would lend itself to having more prominence on the street and wouldn't easily be seen as opposed to hidden by the proposed new duplexes to the south.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, one additional question probably to Mr. Collins. I just wanted to know in the progression of moving to a single-family home with a suite, why the choice to make such a small suite from both a livability perspective? It looks like it's around 250 square feet, and also from the perspective of a mortgage helper for such a big house. Just wondered if you could speak to the size of the suite and whether you looked at expanding it to cover like the mudroom and washroom there. And then the other sort of partner question to that is, did you look at possibly putting an ADU over the garage, or was that complicated with the resultant setbacks and parking turnaround radiuses? Thank you.
Mr. Collins?
I guess probably a better question for Mr. Miller to answer, but yeah, because he decided on the size of suite. My feeling about it is that the type of house that we're going to end up with here is probably someone who doesn't really want a mortgage helper. I think it's more of a guest accommodation, possibly one of their teenagers going to university or something like that, but I highly doubt they're going to be looking for extra income. It's going to be a very expensive home to own, so I don't see that as something they're going to be looking for. But if Mr. Miller wants to add something to that,
Mr. Miller, do you want to just address the why behind the size of the suite? Please go ahead. Mr. Miller, please go ahead. Oh, you're muted, sorry. There you go.
My apologies. Through your worship to Councillor Smart. I'll go to the easier one with the garage, actually. We actually looked at that exactly. We looked at integrating some of the elements from the wing, if Katie remembers this, into the garage. It felt quite contorted, and Russ felt a little bit apprehensive to do this exercise because he had an intuition it wouldn't work out very well. That being said, we did the exercise and it didn't work out at all. Plus, what it did do is it drove, if I'm not mistaken, and perhaps perhaps Mr. Green can answer this, it drove a bylaw impact, because right now we're not asking for any variances or any I know it's an HRA discussion, but it actually doesn't impact the bylaw to the best of my knowledge, whereas building a suite above the garage does drive an impact to the bylaw, which would be a rezoning or development variance permit. And to be quite candid, we just want to do what we can to get back this thing on track that hopefully has council's endorsement. So that, I believe, triggered that one thing. So we did look at that option for the garage. The earlier question was to do with the suite size. Again, once you kind of work backwards with the large rooms and the staircase, you end up with a residual balance. And we did look at actually extending that into the mudroom. Then we were unable to achieve a mudroom, which was the deciding factor to the type of home. I see this as a great suite for a student that could be, and I found this a lot actually. I study the market pretty closely. A student that lives, I can't remember what it's called, but like comes from abroad and stays with you for a period of time, and au pair, I believe there's a lot of that I do see in the market as well. It's a great caregiver suite for somebody that does age in place. And again, it's really hard when you're speculating a lot of things, and especially in a market where speculation seems to be jiving too well these days. But that's kind of how I see this: au pair, student, and so mortgage helper, definitely not. But to have people nearby is also, there's a lot of people that see value in that, and also do like to be part of the student population in UVEC. So I do see that as a potential. That's why it's sort of self-contained. I see it as actually interacting with the home. Is actually but it certainly wouldn't desecrate the plan to add the mudroom back in. It was just we kind of thought on balance a little mudroom for a dirty space for probably more likely kids and such in the backyard, we thought would be okay. Hope that answers your question, Councillor Smart.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions, so I think at this point I'm going to suggest that we put a motion on the floor. As a recommendation here, probably best to put the positive motion on the floor, and then we can have a debate about it. Councillor Green, move the staff recommendation.
I'll move option number 1. Excuse me, do you want me to read it aloud?
No, it's just that direct staff to prepare an amendment bylaw, so.
Yes,
Yep,
thank you.
Seconded. Discussion? The mover, do you want to motivate, or are you?
Well, I appreciate the consideration that was given at the council, at the commission table on April the 1st. And as I said, it was a very thoughtful discussion with a lot of questions and concerns. But I think people felt that this was not an unreasonable request, and that at the end of the day, we would retain a very important landmark in Oak Bay. And so that was, I think, the support, the majority of members voted to approve on that basis. And Mr. Collins and Ms. Kummer were very helpful in explaining some of the concerns, many of which were mentioned here at this table. So that's why I feel confidence in supporting the motion, and I do trust the commission in terms of its conclusions. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. Renovations are complicated, and heritage renovations are even more complicated. And I really appreciate how thoughtful the applicant has been at coming back and bringing as much to the project as they can. And so with the confidence of the Heritage Commission motion, I feel that this project is highly supportable, and I'm just glad to see it still going ahead.
Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate that both of you have really strong feelings and regrets for having to make these changes. I do appreciate that. However, I do still have concerns with this application, and it should come as no surprise that my stance on this has always, all the way along, been to vote against the motions. So while I understand the challenges that the applicant has faced, this amendment really represents both a loss of original heritage fabric and a reduction in housing units from what was previously approved. In this case, the rear wing is now understood to be part of the original structure, and its removal runs counter to the principle of conserving character-defining elements. And at the same time, we're moving from 4 units to 2, and now we hear that might not even be a rental unit. So really, we're going from 4 units to 1, which reduces the public benefit that formed part of the original HRA. So for me, this really raises a broader concern about the integrity of the HRA process. These agreements are negotiated with a balance of benefits, and when that balance shifts significantly, I think we need to be cautious about resetting expectations. So at this point, I'm not convinced that the trade-offs being proposed achieve the intent of either strong heritage conservation or meaningful housing outcomes. And I also do think that the house should be moved back on the lot to get a better view from the road. And I think it would make the house look even better being that much removed. So really, for me, on balance, I feel that we're giving up too much and we're getting little in return. So again, I'll be voting against the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate Councillor Braithwaite's comments, and it would be wonderful if every HRA could be completed exactly as envisioned. But these contracts are a bit of a leap of faith, and the only way to determine exactly what can take place is to do exactly what the applicant has done, and that is start dismantling the building, and then you have a better idea of what is possible and what isn't possible. But certainly it's a project that it's part of my walking route, so I've been watching it daily, and I see where the placement is. I see what has been done. I can certainly see the components of the structure itself, and I will support it going forward. And I guess the caveat is that as I look at the building, and I would hate to see it moved again. I think that it needs to be placed expeditiously and as soon as possible, and hopefully then the building contained prior to the next rainy season. So I wouldn't want to see it delayed. And I do respect the opinion of the Heritage Commission on this and Councillor Green's comments that it was a very thoroughly reviewed application as it came back. So with that, I support it.
Councillor Watson?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll be joining the votes in support of the recommendation on the floor. I think I won't repeat the comments made by Councillor Smart or Councillor Patterson. I agree with them. I think there's been a significant investment to date in this project over many years, and we should continue to move forward, because although we are going to lose, and I know Councillor Smart feels this deeply with me, we're going to lose some benefits with respect to housing. The trade-off is retention of principal rooms in this really important home. A lot of work has been done and things have been discovered, and I think we just need to all move forward in good faith. I really appreciated the detail of the presentation and the argument for the changes, and I am satisfied that this is the right thing to do at this point in time.
Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship. So speaking in favor, I won't repeat some of the comments, and I do concur with most of that, and I'm very heartened and really appreciate Councillor Green's comments about the comments that were brought at the Heritage Commission, so that is significant. I think there are two things that, for the public's benefit, that should be understood through a process like this. It's not ideal. The outcome is not the ideal one that anybody would want, but what it underscores for me is both when we talk about heritage preservation, it's important for the public to understand the complexity and the cost associated with doing these types of projects. We want to see that outcome, but these are not easily undertaken. And I think what this shows is some of the many complexities that can arise during the course of those projects. So that, I think, is really important to underline. The second one is, I think this building in particular for me really underscores the importance of being proactive in working with landowners to engage in HRAs and other projects of this nature to enhance and preserve the buildings in a timely fashion. What is clear to me with this particular property is it's obviously one of the more significant ones in Oak Bay. It has been designated for some time, but the designation itself was not adequate to prevent its decline. And what we see now is the result of many years of decline. And here we find ourselves. So I think that underscores the need for council to, when presented with HRAs and these types of projects, to act proactively such that buildings do not deteriorate to the point that your options are more limited. Certainly that has become clear to me. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. People have spoken in favor. I'm in support of the application. I think for me the net of the heritage aspects is positive. I think I share all of Ms. Gummer's feelings about the fight to keep what is good about this, and so much of it was originally tied to the cultural use of the building at the time, and I think it's very nice to be able to retain that feel. Hardest to retain in many ways of these heritage buildings. And I guess, in terms of the loss of the housing, I think we have to take that very seriously. I do just reflect that this was a fairly complicated HRA that involved a multi-site subdivision. Ultimately, there is a site that had a garage that is now going to have a home. There is another lot that has a duplex with suites, and there's now a home with a suite. So we were originally intending to go from one house to 9, and now we're going from one house to 7. So it's not, there's still a significant increase in the total number of houses on the lot, which to my mind makes it supportable. And I think really importantly, the broader cultural meaning of this house with its ties to the Fathers of Confederation and the other pieces, I think make the trade-off of the extension versus the interior facilities, to my mind, make up for that. So I'll leave it there. Any other discussion before I ask to call the question? Seeing none, all those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Braithwaite opposed. The other question here was just that council waive the requirement to hold a public hearing. This is a modification to an existing HRA. It's within our power to do so. perhaps we'll put that on the floor and have a quick discussion on that. Moved, seconded, thank you. Is there a discussion on that? Councillor Braithwaite?
I do think that there should be another public hearing on this, so I'll be voting against the motion.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? This is an interesting shift that we've had, but I do feel like we had a very robust discussion with the community on this last time around, and again, I'm reasonably comfortable with what we've heard on this. I mean, the primary aspect here is the loss of 2 housing units, and I think we can weigh the pros and cons of that at this table. That being said, I tend to prefer to things going to public hearing if at all possible, but I think in this case I'm supportive of the motion. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Braithwaite opposed. That carries. That concludes. Good luck with the project to all of you. And with the taste of the complexity of that heritage revitalization agreement in our mouths, we're going to move to the next item on the agenda, which is item 7.3. This is again a heritage revitalization agreement with an official community plan amendment and development permit. So with that, for the clarity of everybody in the room, 960 Fowl Bay Road. As I noted at the beginning of this meeting, but in case anybody didn't catch that, this item tonight will not have public input. If council wishes to advance it, it will be subject to a public hearing. But at this point, we're really the first time council's had a chance to see the application, and we are going to have an opportunity to give some direction. We certainly welcome everybody in the room to be here. And with that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Green.
Thank you, Your Worship. The district has received an official community plan, heritage revitalisation agreement, and a development permit application for the property located at 960 Fowl Bay Road. The purpose of the applications are to change the land use designation from residential to townhouse residential, allow the revitalisation of the existing historic house on the property into 8 dwelling units, and formally heritage designate the property in exchange for the development of 16 new townhouse units through a heritage revitalisation agreement application and the development permit application to guide the form and character of the proposed townhouses. As part of the concurrent processing of the OCP, HRA and DP applications, the proposal was presented to Council's commissions and who provided the following motions to Council. On March the 18th of this year, the Advisory Planning Commission reviewed the OCP amendment application and recommended approval of the application. On April the 1st of this year, the HRA was presented to the Heritage Commission and the Commission recommended the application be approved with the following considerations: that the height of the additional buildings on the lot be no higher than the Lawson residence, that the number of units in terms of the townhouse development be reduced from 16 to a maximum of 12, and additional green space be considered around the heritage home. Most recently, on April the 14th of this year, the DP was presented to the Advisory Design Panel, and the panel recommended that the application be approved with the following considerations: incorporate wheelchair access and accessible units in the Lawson residence, reduce parking on site to reduce the amount of impermeable surface within the overall development. The applicants and their consultants are here this evening and would like to provide an overview of the application, and happy to answer any questions that Council may have on the application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Green. Welcome. Same process as for everybody. Just state your name for the record and municipality of residence or business, and then you're welcome to provide your presentation. Oh, can you push the button in the middle of the microphone to turn it on? There we go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jennifer Trapleby, and I live in Oak Bay. Good evening, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Jennifer Trapleby, and I am the owner and developer of 960 Fowl Bay Road. I thank you for the opportunity to present to you a proposal that represents the culmination of many years of consultation, detailed design, and feasibility work centered on the long-term protection and restoration of the Lawson residence. This evening, I'm joined by my colleagues, Keith Tetlow, our project architect, Russ Collins of Zebra Design, and Katie Kummer, the project's heritage consultant. We've prepared an in-depth presentation discussing the merits and important aspects of the proposal for your consideration and look forward to hearing your feedback as well as answering any questions you may have. Our goal this evening is to demonstrate that this project delivers a strong and enduring conservation outcome. supported through a heritage revitalization agreement while delivering diverse, new housing choices within our community. With a site of this scale in such a unique location and with a valuable heritage asset, we have a rare opportunity to deliver something far better than the provincially imposed SSMUH. To start, I would like to make mention of our entirely local project team, which includes the 3 individuals I just introduced, as well as the team of professionals highlighted on the slide. Given the home at 960 Foul Bay is not designated and not on the Heritage Registry, we have a unique opportunity not just to protect it, but to reinvigorate it and the surrounding property for new families and for centuries to come. Along with heritage designation, the home would be completely revitalized, creating 8 new single-level homes with elevator access, providing diverse choices for downsizers, those that wish to age in place, and individuals who may have mobility needs. Further, townhomes with private yard spaces are designed to welcome new families or those wishing to right-size from their existing home into something more manageable with the ease of lock and go. And in order to support climate goals and prevent urban sprawl, new housing should be focused within a short distance of services, amenities, and transit in support of active transportation and reduce car dependence, thereby creating more complete livable neighborhoods within our existing community. This proposal accomplishes just that. Located on the Centennial Trail, directly on key transit routes, steps to Oak Bay Village, and close to schools, parks, employment, and recreation. In addition, the site borders the city of Victoria, where properties to the west have already been upzoned to what is called the Priority Growth Area under Victoria's latest OCP, thereby allowing buildings up to 6 stories and a floor area ratio of 1.6 to 1 without a rezoning or OCP amendment. Even greater density is already allowed with bonuses for projects that include rental or affordable units. In terms of its historical value, 960 Foul Bay Road is closely tied to the early development of Oak Bay. The home was constructed in 1914 and designed by Samuel McClure. Originally commissioned for Henry Graham Lawson, a member of the Victoria pioneering family, and is now commonly referred to as the Lawson residence. The home's heritage value is further expressed through its architectural character, as a subdued example of McClure's Tudor revival influence. Its form, proportions, material, and detailing contribute to its distinct identity and its contribution to the established character of the surrounding neighborhood. Beyond its architectural and historical significance, the home also holds important social value. Over time, it has accommodated a range of residents, including families, students, and retirees, providing attainable and diverse living options within Oak Bay. Importantly, the home has been continuously occupied and adapted over time, and that continuity is an important aspect of its heritage value. It reflects a building that has remained relevant and integrated within the life of our community. Over the years, certain elements of the Lawson residence have been altered or have deteriorated, thus presenting an opportunity to repair and reinstate key architectural features in a manner that is consistent with the home's original design intent. All work is guided by the standards and guidelines for the conservation of historic places in Canada, with an emphasis on minimal intervention, material authenticity, and respect for original craftsmanship. An important component of this proposal is the relocation of the home to the northeast corner of the site and its placement on a new foundation. This allows us to significantly improve the building's structural integrity, including seismic performance, while also extending its lifespan and ensuring it meets modern safety and building standards and is coverable by a new home warranty. The new foundation also enables improved building performance such as durability, moisture protection, and long-term resilience, factors that are critical to the ongoing conservation of a wood frame structure of this age. The relocation has been carefully considered to maintain the home's original orientation, thereby ensuring its relationship to the streetscape and the surrounding neighborhood character is protected yet improved. As we know, Oak Bay went through an extensive consultation process in 2025 with regard to its official community plan. Overall, this proposal has been carefully shaped to align with the key directions of the most recently adopted OCP, and I am pleased to highlight a number of key areas, not the least of which is the overarching context of Policy H22, which reads, rezoning of lots within the residential designation may be supported to allow for the development of townhouses with a greater density than typically allowed where the lot meets the following criteria. Lots over 1,000 meters squared or corner lots and lots fronting onto a BC transit route. 960 Foul Bay meets all of these requirements. The OCP clearly supports gentle densification and expanded housing options within established neighborhoods. This proposal introduces a modest number of townhomes on an oversized lot while retaining the existing home as multi-unit housing, providing a range of housing types that can support different life stages and household needs. This proposal aims to offer diversification of housing form in an appropriate location. The OCP also places a strong emphasis on protecting and celebrating heritage resources. Through the Heritage Revitalization Agreement, the home will be formally designated and legally protected. Significant investment will be made into the restoration and long-term conservation of the Lawson residence, while, as mentioned, the building's visibility and prominence are actually enhanced within the streetscape by moving it to the northeast corner of the lot. Further, a key element of this proposal is the subdivision, which places the heritage home on its own parcel. This is important because it ensures the long-term protection of the Lawson residence, not just as part of a larger development, but as a clearly defined and independent heritage asset. As its own strata, the Lawson residence can be cared for in a way that's appropriate for its heritage preservation, without being tied to the operational or financial complexities of a townhome strata. The site supports the OCP's goal of walkable, connected neighborhoods that reduce vehicle dependency. It is located within a walkable distance to daily needs and services, directly on multiple transit routes, and sits along an established pedestrian and cycling corridor known as the Centennial Trail. With a walk score of 91, it is considered a walker's paradise. The OCP rightfully identifies the urban forest as a critical asset. This proposal prioritizes tree retention wherever feasible, introduces significant new native plantings and landscape improvements that collectively support the long-term goal of maintaining and enhancing canopy cover. The proposal also contributes to the quality of the public realm for all members of our community to enjoy. I too live in Oak Bay, and every time I pass this corner, there's bound to be someone walking in the middle of Brighton Avenue. We aim to directly improve the safety of pedestrians and cyclists by enhancing the interface along both Foul Bay and Brighton with sidewalks, curbs, no parking areas, signage, and rumble strips. Native plantings, large trees, and an interpretive panel will improve the overall streetscape character, creating a more welcoming and pedestrian-friendly streetscape with the goal of encouraging more social interaction along the corridors and amongst residents. The proposal also supports the OCP's climate and sustainability objectives by retaining and reinvesting in an existing building, reducing embodied carbon, supporting compact, efficient land use, and enabling more people to live in a walkable location, thereby reducing transportation-related emissions. Now, as we look toward the architectural aspects of the proposal, the alterations to the Lawson residence have been designed to support contemporary living, while remaining respectful of the home's original architectural character, ensuring they read as sympathetic extensions rather than dominant new elements. We are proposing to redistribute what is currently one huge dwelling into 8 new 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom homes. The lowest level will have 3 suites, which are accessed directly by a few steps down from grade. The main floor of the home will be converted into 2 suites, both accessed by the original set of stairs that remains on the front of the home today. Notably, an elevator will be introduced to the building, which, along with the stairwells, will provide direct access to 2 suites on the 2nd floor and 1 suite on the uppermost floor. We will rehabilitate the decorative railing and reinstate the open sleeping porch above the main entry, which was enclosed with glass at an earlier point in time. We will remove multiple skylights which were introduced during a prior renovation and retain and rehabilitate the original chimneys, which are all in poor condition. Our architecture and design team has intentionally detailed the townhome exteriors to be complementary toward the features of the Lawson residence, rather than dominant or a copy. As an example, the townhomes have bargeboard detail and finials at the peaks of the gables similar to the Lawson residence. Also, we have included spindle and post details on the false balconies to echo the rhythm of the railing above the existing home's front entry. Panel and trim embellishments on the Lawson residence will be subtly reflected in the upper portions of the townhome gables as well. The overall scale and massing of the townhomes are well proportioned with the Lawson residence and neighboring properties, with pitched roofs and traditional form, including asymmetrical gables. We have introduced shed roof entries to the townhomes rather than gabling to keep the profile low and not to detract from the Lawson residence. Roof heights of the townhomes vary due to grade changes on the sites and range from 1 to 1.2 meters taller than the Lawson residence. That said, build height of the townhomes remains lower than the Lawson residence, ranging from 1.3 to 1.5 meters less. The new townhomes are designed as a mix of 3 and 4 bedroom units, offering a flex room which can be used as a den, a home office, or extra guest accommodations. All townhomes have private garages and some have additional driveway parking as well. The garages include bicycle and refuse bin storage. All homes have dedicated outdoor patio space, while the utmost care has been taken to preserve as many trees as possible, including a completed canopy survey to ensure roof lines do not impact overhanging branches. Building upon the architectural approach discussed between the heritage conversion and the townhomes, the material and color palette continues to reinforce that hierarchy across the site. Our intent is to create a cohesive yet restrained palette that allows the Lawson residents to remain the visual priority of the site. As such, materials are being restored and reinstated in a manner consistent with its original character, with particular attention to wood detailing, trim profiles, and key architectural elements highlighted by the color selection of Chantilly lace. For the townhomes, the palette has been carefully calibrated to complement the heritage structure by choosing a darker shade with Amherst gray. For the townhomes, the palette has, In terms of materiality, stucco is used as the unifying element across the site, but with intentional variation in texture to distinguish between old and new. The Lawson residence will retain its existing stucco finish texture, preserving the subtle irregularities. In contrast, the townhomes will be finished with a torpedo dash stucco, providing significantly more texture, but still a traditional form. Adding copper to the shed roofs above the townhome entries demonstrates our commitment to high-quality materials with a traditional feel, and all dwellings will be united by the dark-stained solid wood front doors. With regard to climate responsiveness and sustainability in our design choices, the adaptive reuse of the heritage home contributes profoundly by extending the life of an existing structure and avoiding the environmental impacts associated with complete demolition and replacement. Further, the project has been designed to respond to the realities of a changing climate, particularly increasing temperature and extreme weather events, by incorporating high-efficiency electric heat pumps, which provide both heating and cooling for residents, privately screened on each unit's roof. These systems also support the broader transition towards electrification and reduce reliance on fossil fuels, aligning with both local and provincial climate objectives. In addition, high-performance vinyl windows, low-flow fixtures, and both high-efficiency lighting and appliances aim to ensure the lowest possible utility bills for families and seniors. The building envelope and material selections further contribute to resilience, with a focus on durability, longevity, and reduced maintenance over time, ensuring the buildings perform well into the future. This project also includes solar-ready roof design and EV conduit for charging stations in every garage. The landscape design was guided by feedback heard from the broader community, with a focus on creating meaningful and high-impact frontage improvements that prioritize pedestrian safety and offer a benefit for all. As such, we've designed generous and meandering sidewalks that preserve critical root zones of several mature Gary oak trees along the boulevard, and offer new curbs, gutters, signage, and rumble strips to improve pedestrian and cyclist safety. The planting strategy along these frontages emphasizes native and regionally appropriate species, which support biodiversity, pollinator health, and long-term ecological resilience. And finally, along the Centennial Trail, we proposed an interpretive panel that, if approved, would seek to acknowledge both the traditional territory and the historical significance of the site. The content of the panel would be prepared in consultation with the Songhees and Esquimalt nations and our heritage consultant, as well as staff. Our landscape architect continues to work closely with park staff to ensure the proposed species support Oak Bay's OCP policies around urban health, biodiversity, and climate resilience. While some removals are necessary to create new homes, this proposal delivers a net environmental gain through substantial new plantings, strategic transplanting, and a stronger long-term canopy outcome. The landscape plan exceeds Oak Bay's required canopy target by 20%, transforming the site into a more resilient and sustainable urban forest than exists today. Younger, healthier, climate-appropriate trees will provide future shade, carbon capture, habitat, stormwater absorption, and biodiversity benefits for generations to come.
Is our technology? Oh, there we go.
To address concerns raised by neighbors around traffic and parking, the project team commissioned an updated transportation impact assessment with a new traffic count to inform 2025 data, and the findings are very clear. Traffic in the area has remained relatively stable over time with an average growth rate of just 0.5% per year, which is modest. Further, the actual traffic that will be generated by this proposal is very low, with 11 and 13 trips at peak morning and afternoon times, respectively. Most importantly, the study found that there will be no meaningful change to intersection performance and with the development in place, and that intersections will continue to operate with minimal delays and no significant queuing. This will remain true both at opening day and in the 10-year future scenario. It's also worth noting that the study observed a significant increase in cycling activity in the area. This suggests that over time, not all growth translates into more vehicle traffic. And by consolidating access onto Brighton Avenue and removing access to and from Foul Bay Road, movements are simplified and safety improved. With regard to community engagement, an open house was held last year on April 15th. We expanded the required radius for invitation mailing to 200 meters in an effort to have meaningful discussions with the broader community in both Oak Bay and Victoria. What we heard was support to preserve and designate the heritage home, support of new, diverse housing choices, support for traditional architectural cues for the townhomes. We heard that more effort should be made to prioritize tree retention. There were mixed feelings regarding parking. Some thought there was too much, others thought there was too little. Some neighbors thought the building height should be reduced. Immediate neighbors wanted access off of Foul Bay Road only. There was a mixed response to the Brighton Avenue improvements and privacy concerns from the neighbors to the west. So in response, and to significantly improve tree retention on the site and on the boulevard and ensure off-site trees will not be impacted, we surveyed the proposed buildings, had the arborist team hand dig along the south and west property lines to expose root systems, and worked with our architect and structural engineer to redesign the foundation systems to mitigate or eliminate impacts to critical root zones. We also worked with our civil engineering team and landscape architect to adjust the sidewalk patterns and storm drain flow to ensure impacts to critical root zones of on-site and boulevard trees were mitigated, and have added transplantation of 2 existing young Gary oaks on municipal property. While access to and from Foul Bay Road has been discussed and considered at length with neighbors and the consultant team, staff did not support this option at this time. Ultimately, this proposal has been carefully resolved to balance heritage conservation with much-needed diverse housing designed for a range of ages and needs. Equal care has been given to how the project meets the street, strengthening both the Foul Bay and Brighton frontages through landscape, scale, and material continuity, and contributing to a more cohesive and pedestrian-friendly public realm. We feel this is a well-considered and contextually responsive approach that respects the character of the neighborhood and both the design and planning principles for growth as outlined in the official community plan. In closing, throughout this process, I have had to remind myself many times that the hardest decisions are rarely the easiest, but they are the ones that matter most. It has not been easy to continue in the face of threats to my family, a constant stream of slanderous comments, and at times gender bias. But I remain grounded in the belief that leadership requires courage, that doing the right thing is not always easy, and that our responsibility is to build for a future that matters. A future where heritage is protected, where families and seniors can still find a place to belong, and where our neighborhoods remain vibrant, diverse, and enduring for generations that follow. I had one more slide, but.
I think it just
I
says
just
thank you,
said-
so we're good.
Right, and with that, thank you very much for your time this evening, and I look forward to hearing your feedback. The project team and I will do our very best to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Travelby, and for the presentation. I'm sure there will be some questions from members of council, so I'm happy to turn to the table. If someone wishes to go first. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to the applicant, I just want to thank you for the presentation, and I am sorry to hear that you have been harassed. Through you, Mayor, I guess my first question would be, could staff possibly elaborate, or perhaps the applicant, on the impact to trees on neighboring properties?
Sure, Mr. Green.
Oh, through your worship, to Councillor Smart, I don't have a specific answer to obviously what I can tell you is that obviously this proposal would result in 23 bylaw protected trees on site, as well as 2 off-site bylaw protected trees. Majority of those, with the exception of 1, are in fair to poor health. Obviously, there is a conclusions through the tree management plan that I would encourage you to look at, but I don't have an answer in terms of what the impact of the loss of those trees on adjacent properties are at this time.
Ms. Travelby, do you wish to answer the question?
Yes, so in our initial report prepared by the arborist, they did advise that given the current site plan and proposed layouts, that there would be some potential impacts to off-site trees. Further to that, we had the arborist team on site to survey the proposed buildings, and we realized that by retaining a significant number of horse chestnuts along the west and south property line, their root systems were intertwined with the off-site trees as well as their canopies. So by adjusting the foundations of our end units on 2 buildings, we would no longer impact those root zones of the horse chestnuts, and we're able to retain them on our site, thereby mitigating any interruption to the off-site trees. So the arborist did prepare and submit a supplementary report to the initial tree report.
Please go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, my next question is about the note in the report about there potentially being rooftop heat pumps and unknown screening. I just wondered if staff or the applicant had any further information on whether there would be rooftop heat pumps and whether there would be screening.
Through your worship, to Councillor Smart, obviously that was an issue that we raised, and obviously the applicant hasn't had a chance to essentially respond to that comment from our detailed review of the drawings, but I guess we would encourage the applicant to screen those heat pumps where possible, just to meet the DB guidelines in relation to screening mechanical systems.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, my next question was, one of our letter writers was concerned about stormwater capacity with the impermeability of the site. And I wondered if staff could possibly comment on the stormwater capacity in this area and if we do have significant known concerns. Thank you.
Mr. Rennick.
Through the mayor, we have spoken with the applicant's engineering team about incorporating post-development peak flows not to exceed pre-development peak flows, which is standard for this type of development. And so we're confident that we can work with the applicant and work with their engineer in having their site respond to our storm system and our standard requirements.
Anything else, Councillor Smart?
Thank you. I do have two more questions, though. Hopefully be brief. Through you, Mayor, my next question is with regards to the Watts report that said that no cycling infrastructure upgrades are recommended for this development. I just wondered if, as a district in the future, if we are going to require any additional right-of-way for our future active transportation plans on Foul Bay.
Mr. Rennick?
Through the mayor, there will be road dedication proposed as part of this development.
And yeah, so that was one of our comments that went back in early in the review of this application, and the applicant has responded and redesigned the project to allow the district to take 2.74 metres for additional road dedication that would allow a greater width of right-of-way, including a pedestrian path along the west frontage of the property.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, my final question is just with regards to whether staff could potentially just elaborate on what I gather was our staff's direction to have the driveway off of Brighton as opposed to Foul Bay. I know this is standard practice to usually have the access off of the quieter street, but I wondered if staff could just elaborate, because it was a concern from many of our letter writers about could it not be on Foul Bay.
Mr. Rennick?
Thank you, through the mayor, to Councillor Smart. You did tee me up for the answer that it is typically done on corner lots to have the access be off of the quieter road. In particular with Foul Bay Road, the stretch of Foul Bay Road south of Oak Bay Avenue does have some geometry concerns. It also has some trees that are quite close to the driving surface. We do see some of the residences along that stretch of Foul Bay Road have mirrors or have hidden driveway signs. On the whole, we felt that having the driveway penetration be on Brighton as opposed to on Foul Bay Road was an optimal way to respond to some of the concerns we have on that stretch of road.
Thank you. I have next Councillor Braithwaite, then Green, then Watson.
Thanks so much, Mayor, and through you. I have a lot of questions, so perhaps I'll do some and then pass it along and let others ask and perhaps come back to me. The first one I think is going to go to staff, and I'm just wondering how this proposal aligns with the recently adopted OCP, particularly around density and form in this particular area. If you have some comments on that, please.
Mr. Green?
Through your worship to Councillor Braithwaite, I would refer to my staff report in the analysis section, where we outline that the property is currently designated residential in the updated OCP, as outlined in policy CF1, and therefore the residential designation supports different forms of ground-oriented infill housing up to 4 units per lot. And so from a land use framework perspective in relation to that policy CF1, this application is contrary to that land use framework. And that is why the applicant has had to continue with an OCP amendment application to change the land use designation from residential to townhouse residential, and therefore we now have a designation in the updated OCP for townhouse residential. This site wasn't identified or allocated by council for townhouse residential or multi-unit residential in the updated OCP. However, there are a number of policies in attachment 17 of the staff report that talk about, particularly in relation to where an applicant wishes to change the land use framework, and therefore particularly in relation to policy H22, there is a policy there that helps to support applications who wish to, or applicants who wish to change the land use framework from one land use designation to another, i.e. in this case from the residential designation to the townhouse residential. There's a policy there that would provide policy support for an application to amend the OCP, which talks about corner lots, large lots over 1,000 square metres, and lots that front onto a transit network route.
Thank you. And I would note that it is a heritage revitalization agreement process as well.
Correct. There is also policies within not only the built environment policy section as well as the housing section that talk about other policy objectives being achieved. In this case, there is the significant benefit of a heritage house being designated, added to the community register, and safeguarding its long-term future as a heritage resource for the community.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So then, I guess to the applicant, I'm wondering why this particular density of 24 units was selected as appropriate for this, this appropriate level for this site, and why you didn't consider perhaps a lower amount, like 12 units or something like that. So perhaps if you can touch on that, please. Thank you.
Yes, certainly. Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Braithwaite. I think the way I can best describe it is in two separate pieces, one being the heritage conversion. Really, what my market research tells me is that two-bedroom, single-level units are in great need in our community. So hence, we were able to come up with the design team a really great layout for those 8 units. It could be less, it could be more, but I feel that 8 are practically sized units that would reflect a price point of people who are looking for those types of units. And when it comes to the townhouses, really it's based on square footage. So as Brian mentioned in his staff report, the lots sort of as is today, by and right, could be subdivided into 3 lots. And excuse me, aligned with the current OCP, that would be a floor area ratio of 0.8 to 1. So that would mean a buildable square footage of 28,630 square feet. What we're proposing is 29,290 square feet. So we're talking about a difference between 12 units and our 16 proposed is a difference of 660 square feet. So very minor, in my opinion. I feel that those 16 townhomes are very well suited to the site. I feel that that sort of slight increase in density for what would be allowed as per se, as in right, is a modest ask in exchange for the preservation and the restoration of the heritage asset. We all know, I think in this room, and it's very broadly known, that the conversion unit is not a profit-making enterprise. It will absolutely not recover the cost of picking up, moving, and restoring the heritage conversion by those 8 units. Hence, we look to slightly increase the density from the 12 townhomes that would be allowed already on the site by, like I say, it's only 660 square feet larger.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you. And talking about the conversion of the house that's already there, as we heard in the previous application, things happen when you try and move a house. I mean, it could become a bit of a horror story. And I'm wondering what things you've taken into account to ensure that that won't be happening with this particular building or moving this particular building, because as we heard in the previous application, things happen. So,
Ms. Appleby.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I'm not overly familiar with the previous project, so what I heard this evening was sort of all I know about it. I do know it sounds that our project is simpler and that we're picking up the home and putting it in one specific location, the entire structure. Perhaps Katie would want to jump in here. I would assume that there's differences in such that the interior of this home does not have designated heritage features or anything, I don't want to say of heritage value. So it sounded to me like the previous applicant did have some interior portions that were meant to be preserved, whereas we don't.
It's a little bit different, but.
Well,
Yeah, maybe you could. I'll let the heritage professional explain
Sure, let's,
the differences between the two.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
We can just speak clearly and it should be fine.
Yes. Do I have to say my name and city again?
Actually, you should do that.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, I'm Katie Cummer, City of Victoria, but working in Oak Bay. Thank you, through the mayor, to Councillor Braithwaite. It's a good question, and I would say, certainly from my experience, the reason the Lawson residence is a little bit more straightforward is obviously the footprint of it is much smaller. Annandale was very unique in being as long as it was and unable to be moved in one piece. We always knew that from the outset, whereas this will be able to. So there is a later addition that is not being included as part of this. It is not having to be relocated and moved, which simplifies things, but it is a much more sort of compact piece to pick up and move, and it can be moved once and be done. So I am fairly confident that this will be more straightforward. As Jen did mention, or Ms. Travelby did mention, the inside is much less, there's less concern in terms of original material and things like that. So there's just a little bit less to go wrong here. There may be surprises, but my hope is that it will be more straightforward. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks very much. And then perhaps this question would go to staff. Can you reiterate to me what the proposed impermeable surface coverage is and how that would compare to the bylaw limits that we have in place right now?
Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Green, if you have it handy, or the applicant, if you have it handy. I had it
I think
open.
it's
and
72%, I think, is what I think I read in the report, but if you can just clarify.
Yeah, so the bylaw for the R4 zone has an impermeable surface coverage max of 50%, and this development, we calculated at 72%.
Thank you. And then so back to the applicant then. Where is really the meaningful shared open space for residents in this plan? Because you say that each resident will have a portion of a yard, but is there any meaningful shared open space for the residents?
Ms. Travelby?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. As part of the conversion, yes, there is some open public space for those residents on the corner of Foul Bay and Brighton. Heading towards Foul Bay Road, there is a significant amount of open space in the front of the home. For the townhomes, those are private yard spaces for each unit. So the townhomes along Brighton and Foul Bay, those private yards would both be facing the street. And then building C, they're facing the south property line for their private yard spaces.
Thank you, Maren, through you. You're taking away, I think you said 9 rental units from the house. And so I'm just wondering how this proposal really supports affordability or rental supply when it's really removing rentals and delivering primarily high-end strata units. So,
Ms. Travelby?
Thank you. Through you, the home is actually just rented as one home. The residents choose to live communally, so it's just rented under one tenancy agreement. So I think the net loss of a rental would be 1 unit.
Thank you. And then to staff, can you clarify for me how many protected trees and other trees on-site and off-site are expected to be lost as part of the construction, please? Thank you.
Ms. Travelby, if you have that information, you can jump in as well. There's Mr. Green.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh.
Yeah, so on page 194 of the staff report, we state that 23 on-site trees protected under the tree protection bylaw will require removal, and 2 municipal street trees.
Sorry, 124, did you say?
23 on-site trees and 2 municipal street trees.
Thank you. And then to the applicants, you talked about the interpretive panel along the Brighton, and is that on our land or on your land, or can you just give a bit more of an explanation of that for me, please?
Ms. Travelby?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. That is proposed to be on the subject property, but we are happy to consider it being on the boulevard if that will be preferred by yourselves and staff. We are happy to be flexible on the location of the panel.
Thank you. I'll pass it along for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I have in my speaking list Councillor Green and then Watson and then Patterson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and through you to Ms. Travelby. Thank you very much for being here today. You were also at the Heritage Commission meeting on April the 1st, so you were aware of their conditional approval and the conditions that are attached to that. Just wondered, have you considered those conditions since April 1st so that they could possibly be incorporated? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, through you, Mayor, to Councillor Green. Yes, absolutely. We've considered it. I think that there can certainly be some concessions made in terms of the height if we were to go back to the drawing board, meaning the height specifically of the Lawson residence. As I mentioned, the height variability between the units, the townhouse blocks does vary, but they're still very much within 1 to 1.2 meters taller than the Lawson residence. So in speaking with our architect and Keith and Russ, I think that is something that we can accomplish. In terms of the number of, the green space around the heritage home, there was a mention from the design panel that we could possibly consider reducing the number of parking spaces. So that would be an option to create more green space on the site, thereby creating more openness around the heritage home. And then lastly, I believe their recommendation was a maximum of 12 units, which going back to my earlier response to Councillor Braithwaite, essentially 12 townhomes is what's available to be built on the lot right now as is. So as I mentioned, what we're proposing is only 660 square feet larger of a build space than what is currently allowed on the site. And turning that into 16 units versus 12 units makes the price point of the 16 units more accessible. It also allows us a bit more flexibility and some risk to mitigate in hopes of offsetting the costs of picking up, moving, and completely restoring the heritage home on the site.
Thank you.
Councillor Green, I now turn to Councillor Watson and then Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. If I could I have just a few questions, but if I could start with staff just to clarify my understanding. If you take the heritage building and you move it to the corner, is it the remaining area that the calculation could become 3 or 4 lots? I think Ms. Travelby said that. I just wanted to make sure we're talking about a house on a separate lot, or maybe it's part of the same lot, and then it could be 3 additional lots. Is that correct?
Mr. Green?
Through your worship, to Councillor Watson, the lot in question is just over 3,000 square metres, and therefore under the district zoning bylaw that could be subdivided into 3 lots to meet the minimum lot size of the R4 zone, which would equate to 12 units. And that's obviously in principle in terms of that we haven't obviously done the math, or we haven't done the subdivision layouts as such in terms of whether there be any variances, but when you take the current lot size and divide that by the current minimum lot size of the R4, then that means that site is currently subdividable under the district's R4 zoning.
Thank you. What I still don't understand, though, is that there is a residual space for the heritage home, which sits on that, which also has a footprint. Is that included in that calculation or not?
That is not included in that calculation. It's just a simple math of what is the total site lot size currently versus what is the minimum lot size of the R4 zone, and therefore in principle or in theory, how could that site be subdivided under current zoning without a rezoning application proceeding?
Okay. Thank you. And then a follow-up question. As I understand it, the number of homes permitted on an R4 lot actually relates to the frequency of the bus service by the property. And I think it would go up to 6 if there was considered to be frequent bus service along that route. So that would make 18 in total. If you could just comment on that and what the current frequency is and what the anticipated frequency might be. We've already had one frequency change within the community within, I think, the last 6 months. So I'm curious about that.
For your worship, to Councillor Watson, so this part of Farrowbay Road is currently not identified by BC Transit as a frequent transit route. That route is currently only applies to Route 15 and Route 14 on Richmond Road. So Route 15 from the Fort Street, Farrowbay Road route up to UVic is the only route that has now met that threshold of a 15-minute service 7 days a week by BC Transit, and that was confirmed to the district in January of this year.
Thank you. I have another question, and it may be for both staff and the applicant, about the parking that's suggested in the current proposal. What would be the minimum parking required by the existing rules? That would be my question to staff. And then my question to the applicant will be, why did you choose the particular number and arrangement that you did? Yes, certainly since it's been queried as perhaps being more than sufficient.
Mr. Green? Or Ms. Travelby, if you have at the top of your mind the minimums and the and what's proposed and the why. You certainly have the answer to the why.
Certainly,
Go ahead.
through you, happy to answer the why. Although the layout for the townhomes certainly supports two-car garages, it's not my intention that those will be filled with vehicles. I think, given the walkability, the location of the site, it's very reasonable that there will be one-family cars, but with families and children come stuff and things. And so I think by having the larger garage space, it allows for that stuff. The camping gear, the bikes, the kayaks, all of that jazz gets to be stored in there. Realistically, not two cars in every site. So although we have the space for it, I think it's very reasonable that every garage space will not be used. And then there's 7 townhouses that have driveway spaces. So those are really a bonus parking spot. You know, perhaps they use it, or perhaps they park in their garage and that's just open site space. It's really contained in the center of the proposal, so can be viewed as a driveway space to park, can also be viewed as open site space.
I will answer the first part. And so under the R4 zone, the parking facilities bylaw requires 0.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit, where there is more than 2 dwelling units on a lot. Which would translate in terms of this development of 12 spaces. However, the parking facilities bylaw also contains parking requirements for multi-unit residential zones, which are sort of more typically associated with residential developments of this intensity. And so for that zone, or for the RM zones, that would equate to 1 parking space per unit plus additional guest parking of 1 space per 4 dwelling units, which would equate to 30 parking spaces.
To clarify, 37 are specified at the moment, correct? So 30 would be requested and 37 have been offered?
39, the applicant is proposing
39,
39
okay.
parking spaces for the site.
Thank you. That might come back to that later when we have discussion. And then just finally, this is to the applicant. There has been some discussion, I certainly in the correspondence, about the particular I know you've commented on the overall square footage, but the actual unit layouts for the townhouses and this focus on 3 and in effect 3 and 4 bedroom, or 2 plus den, 3 plus den units. If you could just speak on your own market research again and how you came to that conclusion, because it is being queried.
Certainly, thank you through you, Mayor, to Councillor Watson. I think it would be extremely rare that someone moving in here would be using that as a 4th bedroom. Our market research is loud and clear that 3 bedrooms are the desired mix. 2-bedroom townhomes are not popular. They are not what folks are looking for, unless really that would be more targeted towards a downsizer, in which case that would likely need to have an elevator within the unit. These are more targeted towards families, so likely to have 1 to 2 children, use that 3rd bedroom and the 4th space downstairs as a flex room. You know, a home office, so many folks work from home these days, an area for kids to study, a games room, and what have you. That's the intention of this design. The 4th space on the entry level also has direct outdoor access. So that's sort of intended, like I say, is for someone who may be seeing clients as a home office. That's sort of the purpose behind that layout.
And then just one final question for staff. We had some questions about access off Fowl Bay. And just to clarify, I guess the traffic study was done based on the assumption that it was off of Brighton. Could I assume that if there was a change there, that would require a start from scratch traffic study?
Mr. Rennick.
Through the mayor to Councillor Watson, perhaps not exactly a start from scratch, but it would require a revision to the study, yes.
I have next Councillor Patterson, and I will have a
Yes.
couple of questions, and I'll go to Councillor Braithwaite for a second time.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And there have been so many questions. I've been reading now all the comments here. A couple of questions, and I just want to follow up on one that Councillor Watson just raised, and that is the transportation study. That path is along Brighton, and I can understand relocating the entrance off of the quieter road, but of course it is traversed by a lot of pedestrians. The crosswalk is there, the community mailbox is there, so there are vehicles that go in there so that people can stop and pick up their community mail, and I would suppose that these units would be added to those community mailboxes, and so I am, my query is, if we do a revised transportation study, and I think Director Rennick did mention the sightlines, it's a difficult corner, if the transportation study will also take into consideration safety aspects for all of the road and sidewalk and path users.
I think I have to give that to Mr. Rennick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Patterson. When we were reviewing the proposal for Brighton Avenue with the frontage improvements, with the sidewalk, we felt that the driveway that the applicant was showing it's a very standard driveway. It clearly gives precedence to the pedestrians over the vehicles exiting the driveway. So with the plans as presented, we did not see a significant concern to pedestrian safety, and we also saw the sidewalk as a potential enhancement to the trail over what's currently there, which is essentially a road and an undeveloped shoulder.
Councillor Patterson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And just as a follow-up to that, perhaps to Mr. Rennick, when I talk about safety, with the crosswalk there and the curving road so that the sight lines aren't visible, I guess what I'm looking for by way of safety aspects is traffic exiting Brighton. Would that be still allowed? The traffic will try to turn both ways. And so I'm wondering with increases, and there are increases within the Foul Bay Road and Oak Bay Avenue that would be in addition to this. So with those added vehicles, would we be considering the exiting from Brighton as to be a one-way directional traffic so that it doesn't interfere with the crosswalk, vehicles on a curve, that type of thing? That's what I'm referencing as safety aspects.
Go ahead, Mr. Rennick.
Through the mayor to Councillor Patterson, thanks for the additional context. That question was presented, it was discussed, and as the applicant notes, there was no change in level of service perceived or anticipated at the corner of Brighton Avenue and Foul Bay Road. It's currently a stop control, and the traffic impact assessment identified that the proposed development would not have a significant impact on level of service for that stop control to the point where you would need to consider banning a turning movement, for example.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I have Councillor Appleton. This is my last first time questions.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Just a couple of smaller questions. One of the comments that was made by advisory groups, and we're paying attention to with both rebuilds and new builds, was the accessibility of the Lawson residents. And you did mention the elevator, and so I was wondering whether you might just be able to provide a little bit more detail about what the plans are for creating accessibility, well, basically access into the building and throughout the building, specifically for the Lawson residents.
Go ahead, Ms. Travelby.
Thank you so much, Mayor, through you to Councillor Appleton. In terms of access to the Lawson residents, as designed, folks would still need to come up the front stairs that currently exist on the home. So once you're up those few sets of stairs, you would be into the main level foyer of the building. So you could then access the two units that are on the main floor, seamlessly continuing at the same level, or then gain elevated access to the upper two floors, which is access to another 3 suites. So a total of 5 suites would be accessible by just heading up a few front stairs that are original to the building. And some feedback that we received at the design panel was to consider, it wasn't officially on the record, but definitely some things that I've thought about since, was ensuring that we have curbless showers in the unit so that if someone was in a wheelchair, they would easily, or have any mobility concerns, they would easily be able to get into the shower. And then for the 3 units that are in the below ground level of the Lawson residence, there's a few steps below grade to access those units. And again, once you've done those few steps, you are at a single level in your unit.
Please continue.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Through the mayor to Councillor Appleton, thank you for the question. This was a really interesting question, and it was raised by a gentleman in a wheelchair, and it was a really interesting discussion that resulted from it, and I felt a little bit silly that I hadn't really thought about it from the beginning. So we are thinking and trying to figure out, okay, how do you make this heritage building accessible to a wheelchair? We haven't decided on the exact choice, but there was discussion of, do we try and do some kind of elevator along the original staircase? Do we try and ramp? So we're grappling with how to make it accessible so that if you were in a wheelchair or mobility issued, you would be able to still have access to that place. So we're on it, we're figuring it out. It is a tricky conservation conundrum a little bit, just because obviously you try your best to not impact the view from the front. But I think this is certainly in the circumstances something that's worth finding that right compromise to balance both heritage preservation and conservation with modern needs. So thank you for the question. Apologies.
All right, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think this may be more for staff, just picking up on something that Mr. Rennick had just described, just in terms of the streetscape on Brighton, which is basically a through road without really any pedestrian infrastructure right now. And I know it's well used as a through travel corridor and as part of the Greenway, obviously, but right now kind of bereft, and especially in that section, just kind of bereft of any kind of real pedestrian infrastructure or real safe infrastructure. So I'm just kind of wondering, from that perspective, I mean, I'm not really sure what exactly the question is, but I'm just kind of wondering about the unfinished shoulder and kind of, we don't really have very many of those left in the district. There are some, but usually there's at least a sidewalk on the other side to complement that. So I'm kind of wondering from an engineering and from a, I guess, best design perspective, are we, affording a fairly significant upgrade to the pedestrian realm, which people are really concerned about along Brighton?
Mr. Rennick.
Through the mayor to Councillor Appleton, it is an interesting location. Certainly, the district added a pedestrian-controlled crossing push button to that crosswalk some years ago. It's certainly not best practice to have crosswalks that connect to areas where there is no sidewalk. But I think the wisdom at the time was to increase visibility given the connection to Centennial Trail. Councillor Appleton is quite astute to note that there are not many places left in Oak Bay that have no sidewalks at all. Council did direct in December for staff to work on a sidewalk upgrading and replacing prioritization framework, which is underway. And really, we're looking at what is the right balance of enhancing the existing sidewalk versus filling in missing links. And so an opportunity like this one, where one of the few missing links, where there's an opportunity to fill that missing link through a contribution from a developer, that's ultimately, you don't get a lot of those opportunities.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. I just have a couple of questions I haven't heard asked, and I'm curious. So I think I appreciate the answers around the relative height of the townhomes. Just my question was really around, and I think I can see it from the drawings, that the buildings south of the facing Foul Bay Road are staggered back slightly in terms of setback from the Lawson residence. I just want to confirm that with the applicant. Or Mr. Green, you can.
Through your worship, I would say that is correct.
Okay. And just for my clarification, do we actually know what the floor area ratio is of the overall application? It was cited here that there was City of Victoria as allowable, but just curious what this ended up at as it stands currently.
It's 1.2. Obviously, District of Oak Bay will have different calculations in relation to flow rate than the city in terms of exemptions, and therefore I would not advise, it's sometimes not advisable to compare apples with oranges, so to speak.
Fair. Thank you for that comment. And I guess one of my, I'm going to come back to the access off of Fowl Bay again, and just in the interest of, I think one of the concerns that I heard in the pieces from the Heritage is just, obviously there's benefit to having a bit of separation of that building from the secondary buildings. And it seems one way that you could do that would be to put the access between the house and that on the front facing side of it. So I'm just curious if that had been thought of in the context of the benefits to and I appreciate it might just squeeze it too tight or something in that nature. But there is other ways of orienting buildings and so forth anyway. So I'll throw that to you. Was that considered as part of the overall design? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, that access point was certainly considered, both to, as you say, create more breathing space to the existing Lawson residents and to, as a result of what we heard from the neighbors, preferring access from Fowl Bay. Now, without lowering the number of units in that block, it would likely only be a one-way access from Fowl Bay. So I would assume that would be an in from Fowl Bay, but could be either. But as I mentioned earlier, any sort of access points onto Fowl Bay was not the preference from staff or advisable from the traffic consultants either. Hence, we did not pursue that avenue further and have stayed the course with the access on Brighton only.
There we go. One of the, I think real positive aspects of this is in the conversion of the Lawson House, there's a number of, as you point out, high demand, two-bedroom, single level, accessible living units. And I'm curious if there had been any consideration in the overall layout of the site, keeping perhaps the form factor of more traditional architecture and even looking more like townhomes, but including additional, in one of those buildings, making it more of a multifamily type building, which keeps the same look, but might provide some more of those smaller units that meet that demand as well. Through me to you.
Back to you. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. That avenue was explored years ago. Sort of a houseplex type of look, I think is what you're referring to. Absolutely. We went far down that rabbit hole, actually. But truth be told, it was impossible to keep up with construction prices and really determining that the saleability of those units, essentially unproven in this location and this market. And realistically, that without it being upwards of 4 stories high, it likely would not cover itself from the sale price. So multifamily buildings built in this day and age really need to be 4 stories and higher in order, to be profitable.
Thank you for that. And my last question is just related to one of the advantages of these sorts of housing forms is that there's often is a common space so that people living there have a place to gather and play, et cetera. And I don't really see that in here. They're sort of just private things. Has there been consideration of maybe making the southerly point of the lot where the parking is now into more of a communal space so that there is some, or perhaps if the size of the buildings shrinks a little bit, some of the edge space as communal space so that there's some potential there for more social interactions within the site itself. Through me to you.
Thank you. Back to you. Yes, absolutely. There is certainly some considerations that can be made. However, I might also suggest the idea that perhaps the boulevard area would be considered for an amenity space. It's a much larger, far open green space, both with the extended boulevard that we're offering and onto the municipal area. It would seem to me, perhaps a better place to meet and gather with the large trees, meandering sidewalks might be a great place for a bench. Alternatively, as mentioned, at the corner of Foul Bay and Brighton, there is some open site space there in front of the Lawson residence. It might be a great opportunity for some other type of community amenity there, meaning community of the residents on the site.
Thank you for that answer. I'll make my comment on that is that I think people leaving the area to be on a boulevard is not generally seen so much as a communal space for the people living there, but I hear what you're saying. That concludes my questions, and I believe, Councillor Braithwaite, you may have some remaining questions.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and through you. Yeah, so a couple of my questions were asked. One of them was around the formal assessment of increased vehicle interaction with the Brighton Greenway and its impact on pedestrian safety, but we've already heard about that. The other one was around the parking spaces. I noted that you had 39 parking spaces, but in your report you talked about reducing automobile dependency. I wasn't really sure how those two went hand in hand. But my question to you would be about we had a lot of letters, and I know that you did some community input, and I'm wondering if you can speak to how the community feedback influenced the current design that you have.
Are you asking if there's anything additional to the page that was in the presentation?
Yeah.
Is there anything else you would like to highlight, Ms. Travelby, besides the points made in the presentation?
I think the points in the presentation cover it. I mean, we certainly have continued to consult, and consulting meetings have been ongoing. Consulting doesn't ultimately mean that every point has to be agreed to, but we certainly have made efforts to do so. And I think we've gotten to a point probably as far as we can get with the immediate group of neighbors, but we do feel like we've made some significant efforts to adjust the tree retention, advancing privacy, everything we talked about in the slide. And now, since hearing from the Heritage Commission and the design panel, we do have other things to consider, meaning the accessibility to the Lawson residents. But ultimately, the issues that come up regarding open site space and parking, it's a conundrum for us as well. The community really does seem split on thinking it's too much parking and other ones thinking it's not enough. Likewise with the Brighton Avenue exit, it also seems very divided. So here we are looking to you to provide further insight for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you, and I think that as far as the community input goes, I think that I'm not sure if the community would agree that they've had the chance to give a lot of input, and so that's perhaps something that you might want to take into consideration. As I look at the people behind you and their reactions to what you just said, it might behoove you to do a little bit more on that respect. And then my other thing that I noticed in some of the correspondence that we received, and I think that this would probably go to staff. And I'm wondering if you can maybe clarify how this proposal meets the intent of an HRA rather than what it seems to be functioning as a de facto rezoning tool. And that seems to be what a lot of the people in the letters were referring to as well, that it's, what's the difference between the intent of this as an HRA rather than this being more of a de facto rezoning tool, please, and thank you.
Mr. Green?
Through your worship to Councillor Braithwaite, essentially HRA does act as a de facto rezoning tool, with the exception it doesn't change the zoning on the land. But I guess essentially it's a negotiation between an applicant and the district, and in exchange for additional density, the district receives community benefits, in this case, the designation of a significant heritage property, and therefore in exchange for the density. So it does act in the same way as a rezone application, but doesn't change the zoning. It's a legal agreement that's signed between the two parties that stipulates certain requirements.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Sorry, I had one other question. It's really a design question. And I was just struck on the west-facing end of the building. So the side of the buildings, the two townhomes, I think probably for purposes of privacy, but they have no visible windows on them, which is going to be a very vertical slab. And I'm just curious if there's been consideration of, from a design element, even if they were translucent windows or something that would provide a less, because they're quite close to the property lines, if there's consideration of either articulation, some sort of glazing, other things there that would make that face more welcoming to the neighbors. Ms. Travelby?
Thank you for the question. Yes, certainly. It's, again, a juxtaposition between privacy versus letting light in. The setback to the west there is the same as was approved in the 2018 proposal. But certainly, thank you for the comment, and we'll take into consideration adding some glazing and articulation to the end units.
Thank you for that. Yeah, and I think they're higher buildings than were proposed in the original thing. So I think that sense of looming can be more intense on those. So thank you for that. I don't see any other questions. I do recognize here, and in the interest of time, the recommendation here from staff is to send it back to work with the applicant to deal with some of these. There was a list of considerations that based on the feedback from Planning Commission and so forth, to go back and have a dialogue about some of these pieces. I think probably worthwhile if there's anything here that people do not want to see that discussion to happen, that is probably worthwhile to have. Or if the will of council is just to forward it as is, that's another thing. But I think there's probably enough here to send it back for some additional work. Before I go to the next reform motion, I just realized there was one other question I had, and that was, one of these is a submission of a tenant assistance plan. Can I just get some clarification of what that would look like from you, Mr. Green?
I guess in this case, the district doesn't have a formal tenant assistance policy, but we will be looking to the applicant to suggest or make a formal plan as to how those existing tenants will be dealt with in due course, both in terms of communication or financial assistance or first right of refusal.
Oh, I see. Okay, so this is for the existing tenants
Correct.
in managing their transition
Correct.
out of the property. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
Thank you. My question was just on procedures. So we have two recommendations. Is there a third recommendation? Will this come back to council at the end of the day?
So,
Thank you.
yeah, my recommendation here would be that I think we move the first part of this, which is that refer the application back to staff. If we leave it just there, it will come back here, or we can make explicit, if you want to be clear to the public, that this will be coming back to staff. We could just revise the language, and I thought of some language that would do that if we want to make clear that this would come back to council, not just directly to bylaw revisions.
Yes, and my rationale for asking that question is that we have had a very robust response in writing from this community. So I think it behooves us to have oversight at the very end of the day. Thank you.
So I'm going to suggest that somebody move the first part of this recommendation to refer the applications to staff with this list of pieces. Councillor Watson?
Yes, I would move it. I would want to amend the list, so I just procedurally, I'll put it on the floor for a seconder, and then I would want to move some amendments as well.
Yep, that's procedurally appropriate, I think. So moved. Is there a seconder? Okay, thank you. Before I go to the amendment portion, Councillor Watson, is there anything that people wish to add to this list? I'll probably go there first, and I'll think you're probably looking at removing some of the things from the list. Councillor Smart?
I wonder if at this time I could just share some more of the comments from the advisory design panel, because I think that might impact some of the discussion we're about to have, and I haven't had a chance to share that yet.
Sure. Procedurally here, comments are in order, so I'll go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to share, because the discussion at the advisory design panel was very fulsome and more complex than what is portrayed in the report. So I did just take some notes that I wanted to share with you. So the advisory design panel discussed overall an appreciation for how heritage revitalizations can preserve the charm of Oak Bay, appreciation for adding housing units to our community, appreciation for the diversity of those housing units. They discussed the various ways that the project could be improved, such as permeable surfacing, accessible strata units, and minimizing the massing, with an acknowledgement of not wanting to ask too much more and to prioritize what was really important, which would be allowing for a heritage revitalization and additional housing. The group generally wanted the project to proceed economically and did not want to suggest so many improvements that the project either would become financially unfeasible or end up having higher cost housing due to increased costs of the project. But it is notable that there were some members of the group that were concerned about the overall scale of the project. And this did lead to discussion around reducing the height of the new townhouses by vaulting the upper floor ceiling to bring the roof down in a similar fashion to the heritage building on the site. And additionally, there was a broad discussion around the benefit of reducing the parking to allow for more on-site permeability and green space.
Thank you for that. We have a motion on the floor with this list pieces. Go ahead, Councillor Watson, if you wish to make a change.
Yes, I would like to do that very last point from Councillor Smart. The one thing I would like to suggest, and it is kind of in there under D, but reduction in the impermeable surface coverage, but with consideration of reducing the on-site parking provided. Because I think that might provide more flexibility.
Before I get a seconder, I'm just going to ask if that's necessary or if it's sort of implied by the piece, or if the staff have that flexibility without the addition. But Mr. Green, does that add beneficial clarity, or is that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that provides greater clarity to help both staff and the applicant to come back with a revised proposal for council's consideration.
So the motion would be to add to the language of the reduction of impermeable surface, including the possible reduction of parking. Okay. Moved and seconded for discussion. Any discussion?
I would just add, since I moved this, that I think that, the applicant has spoken about the fact that this is a highly transit accessible location. It's got about 6 bus routes in very close proximity, and cycling infrastructure that's being developed. And I just think that we want to be encouraging that. And I know that the applicant is the one with the market knowledge, but I also think that what's happened on the site is that it's become so tight in terms of its ease between units and space for the residents, and the parking is partly driving that. And I think there may be a slightly improved solution that solves a lot of problems and recognizes that it's a highly transit oriented area, part of our community.
Councillor Smart and then Councillor Patterson, Councillor Braithwaite, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate this coming forward because I think we may have different views of this around the table, and I am supportive of this amendment. Reading through the letters from the community, there's a lot of concerns around the impermeability on the site, the lack of green space, and also the lack of quality of living and community amenity space on the interior. And all of those things could be addressed with less parking. And so I think it's really important that as a council, we can give this clear message to the applicant that this is something that we would later support when we see the application again. So I do support this.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to vote for this amendment, and the reasons that I'm not going to vote for it is that, number one, I think that the density of this space should be reduced, so that would reduce the number of parking spots. And I think that Ms. Travelby has spoken as to why she is including that amount of parking spaces, and I see it myself in other communities where families, and these units are going to be specifically for families, do need that extra space for all of their things that they use, their skis, their bicycles, their everything. And my own daughter and her husband have the same thing. They have a very large garage in the community that they live in. They have one car, but the rest of the garage is filled with lots of different things, and that's that other parking spot that they have in their unit. So I am going to be voting against this, but it's basically also because I think that the number of units on this space should be reduced, and that will also reduce the number of parking spots.
Councillor Green?
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate the intent of this amendment, but the one thing that the Heritage Commission was really concerned about were the number of units, and they really made that very clear that they would like to see a reduction from 16 to 12. That, as Councillor Braithwaite mentions, would thereby reduce the number of parking spots on the site. I think there is an overall concern about massing and scale, and in an established neighborhood like this one. So I cannot support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to second-time speakers, I'm going to look for any first-time speakers. On this is in the motion to amend to include the allowance, I'll leave it that way, of reducing the parking. I'll speak to it briefly before I go back to you, Councillor Smart. I'm going to support this motion, and I say that not because I think these should be all converted from 2 to 1 unit garages. I do think, though, there is some potential flexibility in the use of particularly the ground level parking on the site. It may allow for a bit of relaxation from, say, the western setback if that was, moved out a little bit from the side yard. It could allow, if there was just conversion of maybe if there's one, two, whatever many that is, 10 or so parking spots, if they were converted to angle parking spots, it might reduce it by a couple, but might allow for some relaxation. So I think there's some things there that I see as being beneficial. And again, I think there is some benefit of some communal green space, some play area for children and so forth on the site. And that may just require, again, a loss of a few, 2 or more above ground parking spots. And I think that's an important, to be clear that that's acceptable if those changes were to happen. So I am supportive of that motion. I don't think dramatic reduction, but I think some flexibility there is in order from my perspective. So, Councillor Smart, you wanted to add something else?
Thank you. You so articulately said exactly what I was going to say. It's about providing flexibility. It may or may not be needed, but it's, maybe there's an area where there could be a basketball hoop or a picnic table, and I just want to give that flexibility. Maybe there's a tree that can be saved, so thanks.
And I do recognize that there is, in the first part of this motion, strategies such as reduced massing, building height, and reduced number of townhouses, so that's not excluding that. It's a possibility of achieving this, so. So the motion is to amend that. I'm going to call the question then on the motion, which would include the language for provision, possible parking reduction. All those in favor? And those opposed? I have Councillor Green and Braithwaite opposed. That does carry. So we have the revised motion in front of us now.
I'd like to add into that motion that staff work with the applicants on revisions, including reducing the overall density and number of units to better align with the official community plan and neighborhood context.
So it's already in the motion.
Is it in there already?
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
In the first point, it's reduced massing, overall building height, and reduced number of townhouses.
Oh, thank you.
Anything else?
Is there tree reduction in there, tree retention in there that I missed?
If just reduction in the impermeable surface coverage, that's the only thing related to the trees.
Okay, so perhaps then I would add in there enhanced tree retention, including retention of significant Gary oak trees and minimizing off-site impacts supported by updated arborist analysis.
Can I get you to read that again, just so we...
Enhancing tree retention, including retention of significant Gary oak trees and minimizing off-site impacts supported by updated arborist analysis.
Okay, I might just... I think the last part of that, the supported by updated arborist analysis, may just be, that may be sufficient in the existing information.
So I'll end it at minimizing off-site impacts.
Okay. So there's a mover seconded. Thank you. I can just get you to motivate, just clear about what you're asking for.
Yeah, I just think that we should look at ways of enhancing that tree retention. I think that there's a lot, I think we heard there was 23 or 28 trees being removed. I'd like to see that not as many trees being removed, and also we also heard that there was going to be some impact on surrounding trees, on surrounding properties, and I'd like that to be looked at as well, please.
I think we heard that there was not much in the way of off-site tree impact, but I think the motion, if passed, would clarify that ask. It's moved and seconded. Is there a discussion? Councillor Smart?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the intent behind this motion, but I won't be supporting it because I'm a bit concerned about the process that the applicant is going to be going through with all of these items and not knowing enough about the plan to know whether there's significant Gary oak trees that can be saved. So I'm just, I feel like the long list of things that staff has suggested and the conversation we'd have would already lead us in that direction. So I'm not comfortable with adding this to the list.
Any other speakers? Councillor Watson?
Yes, I just want to add to that. that we've just heard Councillor Smart give us a bit of a summary of the discussion of the advisory design panel. And we have the Heritage Commission who's come in with really this set of recommendations. So we have these advisory groups who are saying, yes, this proposal needs some change, but if you put too many things on the list, then you're really asking for a wholesale redesign. And I don't think that's what we're trying to ask for. So I think I would like to just start with the list we've got. And I understand Councillor Braithwaite's intent, but I think that in thinking this through already with the additional kind of constraints and reconsiderations we're asking for, we're going to get something different back. So I'm okay with that.
Thank you. Councillor Appleton and Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So yeah, I won't support the amendment just from the perspective of I would have some concerns about the potential constraints that it could offer to creative design and adapting this design, kind of as has been spoken to already. And the other component here, which has been spoken to a number of times, is the subdivision piece. When I contrast what types of trees might be entrained in the development with what is proposed in front of us as compared to what a potential subdivision would capture and what would be within the building envelope of 3 additional separate buildings, could potentially impact the site into an even greater extent. So when I contrast those two things, I think what's already captured in this is a reduction in the impervious surface coverage and potential, redesign of the site overall or tweaking of the site overall. So I'm comfortable with that, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. I have Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I will not be supporting the amendment put forward, primarily for the same reasons I've heard everyone else say. But I think that the list that we have right now to have staff go back and work with the applicant covers all of the critical items that the committees have put forward to us. So I think it is important that we try to achieve those targets, and the trying to maintain all of the tree canopy is kind of at odds. And you would have to put the cart before the horse. You'd have to decide which would have a priority. And I think the list that is there that has been compiled from what the committees have put forward is the primary list that we should be trying to find solutions for. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Councillor Green.
I will support the motion. Tree preservation, tree canopy was one of the critical points made by the Heritage Commission, and I'm reminded that the Heritage Commission has a different perspective from the advisory design panel. So let's make sure that we understand the fundamental difference between the two panels. And I know that this was a difficult discussion and decision for the Heritage Commission, and those were not just considerations, they were essentially conditional approval based on some of the things that we talked about. So I cannot, I will support this motion.
So on the motion to amend to include the language around prioritizing retention of trees, I am supportive of the motion, and I'm not convinced that we're going to see any substantive change in that direction. I think what I heard from the applicant was that there's been a lot of thoughtfulness going into particularly protecting the neighboring trees and so forth. That being said, I support it largely because I think if we're asking for a balance of values to go back and have that conversation, I would say to me, and I feel like if there was a shift or a give or a take that retained some trees, that is an amenity to the community. And so that's how I look at this as more of my direction back on supporting it would be, this is an amenity that could maybe get some trade-off with some other things, so that's part of it. That being said, it doesn't sound like it'll pass anyway, but that's okay. I do think that, I'm not saying that in hearing what I've heard and seeing the plan, I'm not sitting here from a position of being overly concerned with the planting pieces, but I support the motion as it is for those reasons. I'm going to call the question that on the amendment to add the tree language in there. All those in favor and those opposed. I have Councillor Watson, Appleton, Patterson, and Smart. Opposed, that carries. It's defeated. So that amendment does not carry forward. We are now left with a motion to refer this back to staff with these directions. Is there any other discussion before I call the question? Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to provide my comments on why I will be supporting the main motion.
Sure, let me just see if there's
Yeah.
any other motions to amend first, and then
for
I'll
sure.
go to general comments. I don't see any, so please go ahead. And at this point, the whole motion is on the floor, and comments are welcome. So please go ahead, Councillor Smart.
This applicant could have taken a simpler process and potentially demolished this heritage home and built townhouses according to SSMU. So it is fortunate that the applicant is here utilizing an HRA to propose preserving this heritage house. Heritage revitalizations are expensive, and in this case, additional density helps to pay for the heritage revitalization. In discussions with neighbors, there is great support for revitalizing the home and providing more housing. And there is a great desire to have more green space, permeability, and reduced massing, and an opportunity for accessibility of units. Like the advisory design panel, I agree that the concept of adding more housing to this site is supportable if the massing is reduced to be subservient to the heritage building and more green space and permeability is introduced, and that there's a greater priority of this permeability over so much paved area. So the revisions summarized by staff that are that are included in this current motion do address the major concerns that I have heard with this project. And I wanted, for the applicant and for staff's benefit, to clarify my particular position on the parking and units, as I imagine we might have some varied opinions around the table. This has come up already and been clarified in Councillor Watson's motion, but I am supportive of losing parking in favor of the permeable and green space introduction. And I'm supportive of reducing the massing, but I did want to clarify that this may or may not need to be an overall reduction in the number of units because there may be very different creative solutions that the applicant brings forward that may see smaller units with stacked units in townhouses or multiplex housing solutions that could result in a reduced massing, but the same number of units. So I just wanted to clarify from my perspective that I see the staff's motion as actually giving a great amount of freedom for how that reduced massing on the site that the community is asking for could be achieved.
Braithwaite?
Thanks, Mayor. I do want to start by saying that I do support the goals behind this application, particularly the retention of the heritage building and the addition of new housing in our community. However, I continue to struggle with whether this proposal represents the right fit for this site and whether a small redesign will be acceptable. I think it needs really, truly a complete redesign. So I'm going to be voting against the motion. What stands out to me is the extent of the departure from what our zoning and our recently adopted OCP would typically support. Moving from 4 units to 24 units is not a modest increase. It's a fundamental shift in scale. And I'm not yet convinced that the rationale for that level of density has been fully demonstrated for this site. I'm also concerned about how that density is being achieved. The site planning appears to be very tight with reduced setbacks, significant building massing, and a layout that's heavily driven by vehicle access. The internal courtyard in particular seems to function more as a circulation space than as a meaningful outdoor amenity for residents. From an environmental perspective, the potential loss of significant Gary oak trees and a reduction in landscape area are difficult to reconcile with the character of this part of Oak Bay, which is defined in large part by its natural setting. What I find particularly important is that we've seen evidence that a different approach may be possible, one that still delivers additional housing and retains the heritage building, but does not do so at a more moderate scale and with a design that better reflects the site and its surroundings. So for me, it isn't a question of whether the development should happen here, it's whether this is the right version of it. And at this point, I don't believe the balance is there yet between density, livability, environmental impact, and neighborhood fit. So I do think that there is potential for a revised proposal that could better achieve these objectives, but I'm not able to support this one as it stands, and I don't think that by sending it back to you in this format, that we'll get something back that I think is going to be acceptable to the community. So really, this feels less like a carefully balanced proposal and more like a maximized one. And I think there's an opportunity to do a lot better on this site. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Green, then Watson. Maybe
Yes.
everybody?
Thank you.
Yeah, yep, that's fine. I'm going to ask that we just do an extension of this meeting until, we're going to have to probably go to 11, not for this item, but for to get everything through. So can I just have a motion to move to extend? Move seconded. Thank
Second.
you. All those in favor? Any opposed, unopposed? This item will not take that long. Please go ahead, Councillor Green.
I will keep my comments brief. I think Councillor Braithwaite has articulated a lot of what I am feeling about this application. I also was struck by the robustness of the feedback from the community. I read every single piece of correspondence, and it was overwhelmingly basically saying opposed to this version of density, but not opposed to developing this site. And I think it's just the scale massing and some of the green space and tree canopy issues that are really overwhelming. And this is an established neighborhood. It may be on the edge of Foul Bay Road, but if you walk that trail, and I have a few times, many times, you move right into an established neighborhood with older homes and quiet streets. So I think there is concern about traffic access and egress to and from the site. Someone had an interesting idea, and that was to make it a one-way access off Foul Bay and exiting onto Brighton, so that it was just a continuous flow. The other thing I think that people are concerned about is the amount of traffic with the closure of Richardson, with the closure of Quamachin off Foul Bay. If you turn left, you can't do that now. And then if you look at the density that is being planned behind the Oak Bay Bicycle building, that area is going to be incredibly congested at peak, especially at peak periods. So I think the concerns around public safety and pedestrian safety are legitimate. We are talking about high density on green space, tree canopy, the integrity of the HRA, the Brighton Greenway, and in also the context of an established neighborhood, and then the height compared to the height of the Lawson home. I think that was a huge piece. And this, again, is a difficult decision because a lot of the things included in staff recommendations, which I really appreciated, are things that I would like to see in any development on that site, not just this one. But I think really at the end of the day, I'm really struck by the community feedback and concern, and by the concern expressed at the Heritage Commission as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Watson.
Yes, thank you. I am really pleased that the presentation and the report that came to us tonight had this list of recommendations which had thought through the concerns that had been raised and discussed, I think both by staff but also at our two advisory bodies. And I think they represent a fair request back to the applicant for a site that council should anticipate has to be considered as a package deal. If we want to keep the house, then we need a comprehensive redevelopment of the overall site. I think it's important to bear in mind that if we don't want that, this applicant can go away and do quite economically, probably an all right development of 3 or 4 lots, but that's not really what we want. So I think it's reasonable to ask for certain things in reconsideration, but if we push too much, we're going to say goodbye to what could be an economic proposal for the applicant and get something that we don't want. I think this is a reasonable list of requests for reworking, and I think that not only does this bring more housing to the community, I think that there's also some significant actual community benefit that will come from from how the public space on Brighton Greenway is actually, on Brighton Lane on the Greenway is actually addressed that we wouldn't be getting otherwise. So I think that that's actually really an important plus of this. I also just want to caution that the public every person who's written to us has their own concerns and view about what is going on in the neighborhood. And one of the concerns that we often hear when this kind of development is proposed is it's going to be too busy, we can't manage the traffic, things are already out of control. And I just want to caution council about that. Watt prepared a very thoughtful traffic study. It looked at what the situation actually is. It updated the data recently. It looked at all the surrounding development and factored that into their analysis. And I just caution us as to starting to become the experts ourselves. We're not. We have professionals who actually do that work and provide good advice about what the implications are. And from this particular development as presented, there are really, it's insignificant. So I just want council to pay attention to that. And so I think that the list of things we've got, our bullet points from A to G, are a reasonable set of requests to come back with something that could create a really nice development that provides good housing, open space, some ease, and actually makes really good use of that corner lot. It's a very unusual lot. It's a beautiful opportunity to save this house and to bring more housing into that part of Oak Bay.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. I have Councillor Patterson. Councillor Appleton. Oh, sorry, I didn't have you down, but you're right. Thank you. Councillor Appleton and then Patterson. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, so I'm in support of sending this back, in support of the motion that's in front of us. And I want to really, it's, first of all, what the motion on the floor has specific provisions in it that respond directly to comments that were made by citizens advisory bodies to council. So it isn't just moving forward with an existing design as presented by the developer. It's been presented, and as I have heard, really substantively discussed and reviewed by our citizens advisory bodies who have provided their input to council. It's been taken up in this particular recommendation, so I'm very pleased about that. In terms of some of the concerns that have been raised about the development, there are some things about this that are just factual moving forward. First of all, those that are concerned about the long-term preservation of the Lawson residents, this is effectively the only way to generate the type of resources required to retain that residence. If you are interested in sort of the value of that as a heritage feature in our community, as I am, this is the way forward, and HRA is the way forward to do that. There is no effective way to do that. To generate those kinds of resources. So I'm in favor of that. So there is not a very clear option economically. Council has seen many projects of this type and similar. There is not a way forward that involves this house being revitalized that does not involve a fairly significant change of the design of the property. The second thing is with respect to safety and access along the Brighton Greenway. And I hear that loud and clear. I use the space myself. I have concerns about the way that it currently is, and as staff have spoken to, and as people have mentioned, they would like to see those public space improvements. This is a very clear and tangible improvement to the public space along the Brighton Greenway. It fits really clearly with what we want to do for active transportation and getting people around the community, services from adjacent communities and to the village. There's a lot of upside as far as that public space improvement. This is, if we're going to talk about a dense development like this one, and I hear people's concerns about density, there is really no other location in the community which is as suitable for this type of thing as this location, because it is so close to the village, because it is so walkable, because it's directly in accessing an active transportation corridor, and it's so close to transit. So if we're going to be concerned about sort of what changes density will bring or where you're going to put density, this is really the most appropriate location in my mind to put it. I want to be really, really clear here with the community as well about the redesign of the property. Again, with the way that the provincial legislation decrees that we conduct development with small-scale multi-unit, this lot can be subdivided, as has been spoken to many times. This lot can be subdivided. It can have multiple different residences put on it that will bring the total square footage on the current property up to essentially what is presented here, or by my count, within about 6 to 7% of what's being proposed here. And there will be commensurate impacts to access provisions. You could get more than one access depending on how those individual subdivided lots will happen. And if you are putting something if you're putting a building envelope down on those individually subdivided lots, you're going to lose those trees, and those are not things that council will have discretion over. So I want to be really clear with the community that the other alternative, and you lose the heritage house. So I want to be really clear with the community that alternatives that involve moving away from an HRA and into a subdivision or another type of development on this lot will almost certainly have less positive impact and less positive impact for the community and less incremental impact as far as green space as what is proposed here. So I'm interested to see what comes back. I'm really grateful for an opportunity to retain a really significant heritage house through this process. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. Councillor Patterson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I want to certainly thank the applicant for the presentation tonight, and to all of the residents that sent letters. There was a volume of mail that was received, and so certainly I appreciate the effort of everyone and the desire to build a good community. I think that for me, this really comes down to the site has a myriad of potential. But if we are doing this as an HRA, that does set some guidelines that have to be met. And as we saw from the last heritage revitalization, there are unknowns when you are doing these, and perhaps they're not as uncertain with this application, but nevertheless, there is a trade-off. An HRA is a contract between the parties to achieve the goals of what is put forward. I think that the staff have in their recommendation captured the concerns of what they heard from the committees, that the district has to review all of this, from the Heritage Commission to the Design Panel and the Advisory Planning Commission. And so I think that they have captured it in a reasonable way. I too will be interested to see what does come back. I have expressed concerns about certainly pedestrian safety in the area, but I think that in this location, it is in such a walkable part of the community. I don't know that I would hope that 2 cars are not a necessity, because you can't get into a much more walkable neighborhood and good public transit neighborhood than this one. But it really does come down to the goal of, do we really strongly desire to do an HRA and have the rest of the housing that frames it have form and character that complements the existing house? Because if we didn't do an HRA, certainly there could be so many other potential options, but it could change, in fact, entirely the form and character of the neighborhood. So based on what we have and the desire to have an HRA, I think this is a step forward to getting what will work for the HRA, and hopefully can be managed in a way that does some adjustments to this that will present a good option for it to fit into our community. So I'm supportive of it.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I'll keep my comments brief. I am supportive of the motion. I think it's good to harken back to when the last application came forward to council. It came before this body, previous council, who approved it, but there was comments, I think, from every person sitting around the table suggesting that this was an opportunity with the heritage that to add townhomes or something a little bit more, given how close it was to the Oak Bay Avenue. So I just want to reflect on that. I think what we're getting back here, I think the question is always like, what is then the right density and so forth. And what I heard a lot of in the community interest that we've heard, and for the last couple of years, is heritage protection, protection of the green space, particularly the green space and the interface of the Brighton walkway. And so I think, the question here, are we getting it close to right? And I I think the considerations that are being asked here to go talk about are, I think, are all the right ones. And I'm under no illusions that what will come back is going to be so perfect and wonderful that everybody will sing Kumbaya and the whole community together. But I think it's got a strong base to start with. We can hope for that at least. The only other thing I would just a couple of other comments. One, I do think that given the focus on 3-bedroom units, which is really intended to attract families, I do think there is value of having some amenities there that would build community in that space, and more green space in that space is beneficial. I want to give credit here. The design, although we're asking for perhaps some tweaks to it, the style of the design, the thoughtfulness of the nod to the heritage without being replicated, the quality of the materials, these are not things that come for granted, and we can take for granted. They're very thoughtful and allow for a little bit more flexibility, I think, just given that good design can allow for some things like massing to happen. And my last comment here, and I don't know if this is at all feasible, but it just occurs to me in the course of this project, at the northwest corner, sort of at the, as you're walking up Brighton Avenue, the last part on the left, there is a beautiful rock outcropping there on that piece of property. And if there is any way, I know that the building is set back a bit from that space, if there's anything that can be done architecturally to kind of highlight that and retain it as much as possible, it's a very natural part of that sort of rhythm of feel of rocks that you sort of walk over and around in that neighborhood. And so if there's anything there that could be done, even if just bumping that last building back a little bit to give that some prominence. Just one last thought on there, because that is part of the rhythm of that street. But I'm supportive of the motion to go back and do that work, and I'm glad that we've had the opportunity both to hear from the public thoroughly, to hear from our advisory bodies thoroughly, and to have the conversation around this table to help give some guidance. So thank you to the applicants for bringing this forward. I'm ready to call the question, I think, on the motion, which is at this point to refer the application back to staff. All those in favor? And opposed? Councillor Braithwaite and Green opposed. That does carry. Good luck with the balance of this project. I know many people are here for this one item, so you're welcome to leave at this time. I just ask that you don't linger in the hall and chat, because we can hear it quite loudly in this room. And we have to move on with our agenda item.
To give staff the ability to approve, so we need a separate interview.
Nope, the first part is to refer the applications for official community plan to staff. And then the second part was have it come back here. So just for clarity of process, my read of this is the recommendation here is to refer to staff. At this point, without further clarification, when those revisions happen, it'll come back to this table. Is that correct? Mr. Green? Ms. Anderson?
Oh, correct. Yes, that's my understanding of that.
Yeah, so if we don't do the second part of
correct.
that, this will come back to this table without
correct.
further direction. Okay. Yep. Very good. Thanks. Always good to be clear for the public's and our benefit. So, yeah. Yep. Nope. That's great. Thanks for clarifying. Okay. Thanks for the patience. We do have items that have public input coming up here. We have one more. Or two more that do not have public input. They're just for adoption. So if I can have 8.1 read into the record.
I'll move that the zoning bylaw number 3531 1986, amendment bylaw number 4951 2026 be adopted.
Moved and seconded. We don't usually debate on adoption, but if there's anything that people have thought of in the sober second thought period. Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed?
And I'll move that streets and traffic bylaw number 4100 2000, amendment bylaw number 4955 2026 be adopted.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Same ask. Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. The following items are subject to public input. We have the 2026 Tax Rates Bylaw. We have Ms. LaChance, I believe, online. Is that correct? Or is someone else filling in for that? Ms. Hunt.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Yes, I'll fill in. We've had a rash of sicknesses, so I'm thinking that Ms. LaChance is off this evening. Yes, this is the final step in the 2026 financial planning cycle, and it is the 2026 Tax Rates Bylaw that is before you for passing tonight for first three readings. I will leave it at that.
Thank you. This is essentially procedural now that we passed the financial plan. that converts that into the thing. So can I have someone read the first and second time?
Your worship, I would move that tax rates bylaw 2026 number 4964 be read a first and second time.
Moved and seconded, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Oh, sorry, before I call the question, I need to ask for public input, my apologies. Is there anybody online or in person that wishes to speak to item 9.1? This is the tax rates bylaw. This is the bylaw that converts our tax, our financial plan into the tax rates for this year. Seeing no hands, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed?
Your worship, I would move that tax rate bylaw 2026 number 4964 be read a third time.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? That'll come back for adoption. I see Ms. LaChance has joined us online here, so if we need her, she is here. Ms. LaChance, we have, if you wish to do the introduction, you're welcome to. Otherwise, we can have staff in the room do that. So we're at 9.2.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So I assume that's the Boulevard tax rates?
It is.
And I'm sorry, my voice is betraying me. So I'm going to perhaps just suggest that staff in the room introduce it.
Yep, no problem. Get better. Drink lots of hot tea and honey. And Ms. Hunt, over to you.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Yes, again, this flows from the 2026 financial plan, and it is the boulevard tax rates for first three readings to support maintenance of particular boulevards in the district.
Thank you for that. Before I actually get the mover and seconder, it is again subject to public input. We do have some correspondence on this, so I just want to make sure people had a chance to read that. And anybody in the room interested in addressing council on 9.2, the Boulevard Tax Rates Amendment Bylaw, or online? Not seeing any. Can have someone read in the first and second?
Your worship, I would move that Boulevard Frontage Tax Bylaw 1982, number 3416, Amendment Bylaw number 4963, 2026 be read a first and second time.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed?
Your worship, I would further move that Boulevard Frontage Tax Bylaw 1982, number 3416, Amendment Bylaw number 4963, 2026 be read a third time.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? I just in the piece here of there was some correspondence suggesting that they don't see much value from the service, and it is only provided in a small portion of the community. I think it might be worthwhile just to ask for a report back to with no time frame on this one, but just an understanding of what the implications are of this program, what benefit it brings. I know it does help water some boulevard trees as well. But also some of the potential costs of replacing and maintaining the sprinkler systems and the mowing. It's something that usually comes up every few years in front of council and probably worthwhile, maybe even just for the next council to consider, but I'm not sure if other members of council are interested, but it may be worthwhile just to ask staff to come back with a report on the impacts of this program. And Councillor Smart?
I'm willing to move that motion. Would you like me to word it more precisely than you
Yeah,
just
and I
suggested?
meant to bring a suggested motion here. So maybe, Ms. Hunt, if you have something that you can think of would make sense, we'll use that. And if not, I might just ask that we do it as a notice of motion, because there's no urgency to it. It's just timely, and it's not asking for anything big at this point.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Really looking for the outcome, are you looking for options for us to look at phasing this out over time or reducing, when you say reducing the impact? Yes,
I think before we get there, it's more just what is the cost and of both of the program itself, but also the recovery rate for that program. And the potential risks attached to it, like i.e. if the sprinkler systems start failing, what is our sort of cost models for it, is sort of the piece of it. For those who don't know, this is covers about 27 kilometers of boulevard, which is about 12.5% of our frontages to build into houses, and it It's an opt-out model, so if people don't want to use it, I can't remember the percentage, I think it's 2/3 of the residents can just say, I don't want the service, and it gets turned off. But if you pay for it, it's a separate fee, and you pay that fee, and then you get periodic mowing of the boulevard plus sprinkler services. So, Ms. Hunt?
Yes, Your Worship, just to note that we do assess the cost of providing this service, and the rates are set at 75% cost recovery on that. So just to answer that question for you. So we do.
You know what, given I did not prepare a motion arising, I'm going to leave it for now. I think it may be something that can be done through a notice of motion. There's no urgency on it, so I'm going to suggest we don't at this point, if it's amenable. So I'll take that offline. I saw it as an opportunity, but need to be better prepared to seize the opportunities. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, Mayor, thank you for your comments about this. I guess my feeling is on this, yes, we have had correspondence questioning some of it. I think that it would be appropriate because that's really operational, and staff, I think, are aware of the correspondence also. So I would anticipate that the provision of services and the cost of that should come forward in the next financial plan when we are looking at this specific item with that, and because I don't think we're making any changes this year.
That's fair. Okay. Moving on then to item 9.3. These are signed bylaw amendments. We have a report here from Mr. Rennick. And Mr. Rennick, did you wish to make a brief introduction to this item? Just procedurally here, because we haven't had a lot of public input tonight, and some people aren't quite used to how we do this. So the procedure here is normally staff give a very brief introduction. Well, they sometimes say elaborate. I think on this one, it's a fairly short introduction. And then council will have the opportunity to ask questions. At the conclusion of the questions, we'll invite comments from the public, both online and in person. And then at the conclusion of the public input, we will come back to this table and consider motions going forward. With that, Mr. Rennick.
Thank you for the introduction, Mr. Mayor. This staff report was brought in response to a motion carried by council at the March 9th meeting seeking to limit how many places in public property election signs could be installed, essentially looking to have some predetermined locations that could be provided to candidates. Staff, when reviewing that motion and preparing this draft bylaw, wanted to ensure that residents still had the ability to have, why am I echoey?
After 10, everything
Thank you, Ms.
falling apart.
Heimberger. In preparing the bylaw, staff, that's worse. Is that any better? Yeah, that's better. Okay. In preparing the bylaw package, staff noted that the existing bylaw allows residents to display election signs on the boulevard in front of their houses, and we felt that that should be left in because we felt that we should leave the ability for residents to choose to support a particular candidate. And in a lot of cases in Oak Bay, the property line is quite far away from the road, and so requiring those signs to be on private property, we felt that was a more significant change than what had been intended, but certainly happy to take direction from council on that. In the report, there's an overall map with some black stars showing the locations that were identified. And I do note that most of those locations are north of Oak Bay Avenue, and that's really being driven by the fact that we were looking for areas that had either significant traffic islands or significant boulevards that are not in front of schools, parks, or district-owned facilities. We really looked at the numbers of how many people might be running in an election, and we wanted to make sure that those designated areas were large enough to allow many candidates to have signs. And so, quite frankly, South Oak Bay, we did not find a lot of locations that really worked for that. But essentially what we've done is we've prepared some maps and some amendments for council's consideration, and really just looking for feedback on whether there's locations that we suggested that council does not like to see, or whether there's additional locations that council would like to have added. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rennick. I'll go to questions from members of council. Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not sure whether this is to Mr. Rennick or maybe to Corporate Services, but just with respect to what this responds to, I don't recall hearing any complaints or any feedback at the staff level about any significant issues with traffic navigation or visibility or safety concerns about the placement of election signs during last election. So can staff elaborate as to whether or not this may also speak to bylaw enforcement and those types of things, but what was the nature of concerns raised around the last election that would support this change?
Do staff have that information? Please go ahead, Mr. Rennick.
Through the mayor to Councillor Appleton, in preparing the report, we did speak with the bylaw compliance officer. It's noted in the staff report that there have been 7 bylaw files related to election signs since 2022. 3 of them were for signs illegally placed in parks, and the other 4 related to signs being larger than the 2-foot by 2-foot sign. In the 2022 general local election, there were no election-related complaints or offenses recorded by bylaw staff.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just picking up on that from Mr. Rennick, that the prohibition against putting signs in parks and the design standards for size were pre-existing and aren't addressed by this. I think I'll just leave it there for now, Your Worship.
Thank you. Other questions for staff? I have one to Mr. Rennick, and just related to there's a recommendation in here, and I understand the rationale, but it talks about a maximum height of 30 inches, and I just practically speaking, if signs are 2 feet, or maybe it's a bit higher than that, practically speaking, almost all signs these days are Corplast signs. They almost all use the H-style stakes, which are about 23 inches above the ground, and so we'd have the 2 feet above that, which would put us pretty close to. So I just want to make sure that we're not putting height limitations here that prevent just what is really almost the only option for mounting these. And I'm not sure if staff had a chance to look at that as a contributor to the maximum height. Through you.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. Ultimately, we were following the spirit of the motion, which was to avoid having the traffic signs or have the signs impeding traffic. There's a fairly standard height for shrubs or other roadside attractions that you don't want them to exceed 4 feet, which is 1.2 meters. What's in the draft language was 3 feet, and we were just looking for a situation of you wouldn't want to see the 2-foot by 2-foot sign on, 10 feet up into the air, but there's no particular attachment to that 3-foot suggestion, and so if it's the will of council to amend it, I would suggest don't go over 4. Yeah. But I think that works with the type of support that you just described.
It does. It keeps it under 4 feet. So if that's, I just wanted to make sure it's just a practical reality of signs. I think anything other than that would drive costs through the astronomical roof. So, okay, thank you. And I think other than that, procedurally here we can deal with this any number of ways. I know there's some suggestions for some additional sites if we're going to consider this naming the sites as opposed to leaving it under the guidelines. If there's no more questions, I'm happy to go to input from the public, and then I'll come back to this table. Any other questions before I go to the public? Not seeing any. We had so at this point we're welcoming public input. I know we had an indication for earlier that one member in the room here has waited very patiently for 3.5 hours to speak to council. Nominally a 3-minute limit. If you want to go a little bit over that, I think we can grant you a bit of grace given the time of day.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. Once again,
Can you just state your name?
My name is Anton Brackage. I'm a resident of Oak Bay.
Yep.
Once again, I have serious concerns regarding the proposed amendment. Not primarily with the restrictions on sign size and location, if that's for safety and visibility reasons. I would like to know more about what the evidence of there being an actual traffic hazard from signs is, but if there's a safety hazard, posed by larger signs or in certain locations, fair enough. Also, regarding the limit on the number of signs per location, I think the correspondence council received makes a valid point about the cost of signs, of a sort of sign race being a burden on small campaigns. As a former candidate with a low-budget campaign, I'm very familiar with that burden. That said, money spent in Oak Bay municipal races is relatively low. BC also has campaign finance limitations already. I'm not sure that's an urgent priority. My biggest concern, however, with this is the limit on the number of locations, especially because we have all but one or two of those locations in North Oak Bay. I do appreciate staff's consideration of seeking spaces with room for many candidates to put signs. But if you have it sort of geographically concentrated like that, there are parts of the municipality I don't go to every week or every month. I'm sure that's true of others. This restriction, it'll limit visibility, it'll limit public awareness of the candidates, and this will actually negatively impact lesser known candidates and favor incumbents. Municipality's own report, as we noted, said there is no recorded complaints in the 2022 local election, only 7 for all elections since then, and related really to other issues. I'm not, the report predicts also no work plan or financial impact to this change or enforcement. So what I'm just wondering is what is so pressing about this issue that it requires or justifies such a change? It is a principle of a free society that restrictions on political speech should be undertaken only when there is a pressing need and with great caution and restraint. As far as I can see, this proposed amendment would significantly curtail political speech for largely aesthetic reasons in a way that is likely to favor incumbent candidates against new candidates. As such, I strongly oppose this amendment in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Braddock. Anybody else wish to speak? So we are on item 9.3. I don't see any hands being raised online. I am going to come back to this table. At this point, seeing no other speakers. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. I have a motion to put forward that staff review and select more locations for signs in South Oak Bay with consideration of the locations identified in the provided map. And I did provide a map to all of council with the help of staff at the beginning of the meeting. That's the motion.
Moved. Is there a seconder? Second. Moved and seconded. Thank you. So I might, okay, so we don't have a bylaw on the, so procedurally here, I'm just wondering if we should have the first and second reading on the books first. It doesn't, I guess if we're going to send it back for significant changes, it makes sense to probably just, I'll consider it in order. Yeah, please go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate, although I honestly don't support this exercise in its entirety, now that we're down this road, I really do appreciate the work that's been done on it to date. There will be some benefit to clarity going forward for everybody. I am mostly concerned about the equitability of this, and I don't feel like the current locations represent the entire geography of the region. So I put together a map that showed a lot of locations that were used for signs in the previous election for staff to have time to consider them.
Thank you. So the motion is to request of staff to add additional spaces. I think it's certainly worthwhile talking about that. I think it may be helpful just to talk a little bit about if people had a chance to review the locations and see if they had any sort of questions. I have a couple of questions actually I probably should have asked in the first part, but I'll come back to that. Comments on the motion right now. Can you just read? The motion is moved and seconded. Can you just repeat the motion?
That staff review and select more locations in South Oak Bay with consideration of the locations identified in the provided map.
Okay, thank you. And there was a map circulated and it's printed out in front of council here. Councillor Appleton and then Watson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just for,
My apologies, I had Councillor Braithwaite next. Okay.
well, just a procedural thing, Your
Yeah, go
Worship,
ahead.
is that, it's in, what I understand by that motion to mean is that it essentially, because it talks about staff reviewing something, that it is essentially a referral to staff, that staff will take this away, evaluate what has been proposed by, on the map provided by Councillor Smart against the criteria that they used for their initial map, and then return that feedback to council. That is as I understand it.
That is the procedural piece here, correct. Then I go Councillor Braithwaite and then Watson.
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate the work that Councillor Smart has put into this. I actually was going to reduce the number of spaces that staff had proposed, because I do agree that there's a lot in North Oak Bay, and there are possibly a couple of locations in South Oak Bay that I could look at, but I wouldn't want to look at every single one of the locations that is being put forward. So I struggle because I want to take into account some of the locations that that Councillor Smart is proposing, but I don't want to consider all of them. And I do want to take some away from the other suggestions that staff have made. So I have to vote against the motion, and then hopefully we can add some in individually and not the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that are being proposed. So I'll have another motion after this one, depending on what happens with this one, but I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. And I think I'm amenable to just having a conversation about some of these locations, because I think there are some aspects of pros and cons and things of that. So don't usually go back, but go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. I'd just like to provide clarification that I'm not proposing that staff put forward all of these locations. I'm proposing that staff take another look in South Oak Bay to provide more equitable options for sign placement that is geographically fair for the entire region, and these are just some possible ones they may want to consider. I do not encourage us to have a detailed discussion about each individual location, because we do not have the information in front of us from staff in order to have that conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Go ahead.
Thank you. In terms of the motion, I will be supporting it. I just wanted to add in my comments, I fundamentally, I'm really disappointed this is even here. I don't think we have an issue. I think that's very clear. But now that we have this in front of us, we have to do something with it. And I appreciate the speaker's remarks. And he identified some things that didn't seem to be a concern to him, but that there was a negative impact on lesser-known candidates and new incumbents, particularly if only North Oak Bay was featured. And I think that's a very valid observation. But I also wanted to just, with respect to staff's comment that they specifically ruled out schools trustees will also be allowed to place their signs in these locations, and I would think it's very valid to allow them next to schools for the very reason that the people who are running in those roles are there to support education. So I just, when this goes back to staff, if that's where this ends up, I would just ask for a sort of second sober thought about that consideration of sites, because I think those are probably valuable locations with respect to who's being elected in the next election.
I have just a couple of questions arising from this one, and just for my clarification. One is there's current limits as to where signs can go on public property, and is the limit on schools and parks current, or is it just parks currently that are the limitation?
Through the mayor, the current limitation is on municipal facilities and parks. So that would include municipal hall lawn, for example. The thought around schools had more to do with how often schools are used as polling locations, and certain types of elections do not allow signs within X amount of distance of a polling place. But ultimately, that was not a consideration under the current sign bylaw, but if you start restricting how many locations you allow signs, then you have to consider that.
Okay. And the other question I had was just on there's one or two of these sites that are on an island sort of between a slip road and a slip lane and a main road. The one at Henderson and or Lansdowne and Cadborough Bay. for example, in the Cedar Hill and Henderson. I just wonder if those, that, to my mind, those are areas that would be of considerable concern because you have, traffic flowing at speed and cars trying to merge, and having their view lines blocked. Those two surprised me as being included just because I would think those would be the ones that would be most at risk for things. So Mr. Rennick, maybe push back to you on the selection of those.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. Again, that's kind of what we were considering with the height restriction, is that most drivers would be able to see over them. Also, the signs are quite small, and you could typically be able to see around them. But those considerations those points are well taken.
Okay. And those are my only other questions on these ones. So, do we have a motion on the floor right now to send this back for those pieces? I think just if this motion passes, I think just some general comments that anything else that people would like to see or might be, considerations as part of the criteria would be worthwhile. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to pick up on something that was mentioned earlier. First of all, I will just reiterate my opposition to the whole process because it doesn't respond to a need that's actually been identified in the community and poses the risk of potentially limiting democratic expression. But I want to be very clear that I am very much opposed to individual councillors or individual members of council selecting locations in the community that are appropriate for election signs. We are free as a governance body to establish standards and guidelines in order to select a site, criteria that will be used to select or not select a site, and direct staff to identify sites that fit with established criteria. But I have significant concerns about individual members of council selecting individual locations through the community because it raises the potential for perception of bias, Your Worship. So I strongly advise this council to set standards and guidelines and advise staff with respect to those standards and guidelines and allow staff to identify sites based on those criteria. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. I'll go to Councillor Green as the first-time speaker first, then I'll come back to you,
Well,
Councillor.
thank you. Through you to Ms. Hunt. Ms. Hunt, the last time this was before us, you mentioned that Coquitlam has a policy. Could you just articulate some of the details around that policy or how it's delivered? Thank you. Would that be helpful?
Since you have all of Coquitlam's bylaws memorized, we'll just, no, we're not putting you on the spot or anything. Right.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Green. No, sorry, I don't have the details at hand. I do know that there was a limit of 2 signs per location, but in terms of how we selected the various locations, I don't have that at hand.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
I think what was raised last time was that this is how Coquitlam did it, was they named the locations as opposed to leaving the definitions fairly vague and letting people interpret them. And I generally agree here. I think we should be setting the general guidelines guiding this. And I'm not concerned at the end of the day if we have to finally make final decisions on this. I think we're all doing this in the best interest of the community. So I think, go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite, and then I'll make.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, I think that what we did have before us was a selection of locations that staff did bring to us, and now we have a selection of locations that a councillor has brought to us. So I think that, I think that we were following what staff had done, and now we're trying to add in additional locations.
Fair point, but here we are. We have the motion in front of us to ask staff to consider these additional locations. There wasn't any firm criteria, so I think the ask of standing to the criteria is a little vague. I have a couple of comments that I would just put here as some guidelines for this, in my opinion. I think a couple of things. One, I do think slip roads have to be very careful, or slip lanes. I do think that's any area that blocks the view, and I think if we're going to allow 48 inches, then that's a much higher level that might create some concerns there. I just want to make sure that I think we treat that with caution. And the only other one on this one that kind of caught me was in the areas where there is a long stretch of open view from the street, having of the ocean unimpeded. There's one location here on Beach Drive that was proposed, and that's backed by bushes. It's not blocking the view. I think there's another stretch on Beach Drive which is much more open to the street thing. As I understand that stretch there, that's sort of on that thin line of grass with the water immediately behind. Anyway, that's just the only thing that, to my mind, I think, very exposed to wind, but also I think if I recall the pushback we got on from the public who treated that area as parks when we had public art, I also sort of recognize that there might be a bit of a conundrum. That being said, I think that the reason it's selected there is it's not impeding sight lines and so forth, correct? Yeah. So those are my only other thoughts on terms of other locations. I know there was one suggestion here in this list that I would consider to be extremely dangerous, which is the one where the intersection Newport and Oak Bay Avenue, but I would allow that for staff to have a review of that, because I remember that was used last time and it created, well, maybe nobody complained about it. I can speak from firsthand experience. It created essentially a blind crossing when trying to cross Oak Bay Avenue onto I guess that's eastbound. Anyway, so the motion right now was to send it back for staff to consider the additional recommended spots. Any other discussion on that motion? Any other comments in terms of other guidelines or other things that staff might consider? Okay, I'm going to make the motion then I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Braithwaite opposed. Can I also just, I think, appropriate, given what we heard from staff, that we ask that the bylaw be amended to allow up to 48 inches of height? So can I have a mover and a seconder for that? Moved. Is there a seconder? Seconded. Any other discussion on that? Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. So that will come back with consideration of those spaces. We move to item 9.4. Planning, building, and development fees and charges amendment bylaw. This is a long list, Mr. Green. I don't want us to go through all of them line by line. If I may hand it over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. This report proposes amendments to the district's planning, building, and development fees bylaw to align these with recent policy changes, including the updated OCP and delegating certain permits to staff, and to use this opportunity to review and revise fees associated with the different types of applications that have not been updated since 2023. Happy to answer any questions that Council may have on the proposed changes.
Sure. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks very much, Mayor, through you. I noticed that removal of the refund provision for unused legal fees. So it's previously, if actual legal fees costs were lowered, they would get refunded to the applicant, and now that piece is being deleted. And I just was wondering if you could give me an explanation on that, please.
Mr. Green? This is one of the last items on that list.
Yeah, that's because we generally just charge the cost of what the legal fees that we incur to the applicants. There isn't a refund because we essentially charge at cost what our legal fees are to an applicant. And so there is no requirement or need for that refund.
Sorry, through Mayor. Okay, so I thought it was that, the way I read it, and obviously I was incorrect, was that if the legal costs were lower, then the money would go, whatever was overpaid would go back to the applicant, but that then, how I read it was that we weren't giving the money back to the applicant at all, but we still are.
Well, we only charge an applicant what we incur, and so there isn't really a need for that provision, because if, for example, if we get legal counsel to draft a HRA and that comes in at $5,000, we would simply send the applicant an invoice for $5,000.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor, to staff. I just had a question about zoning bylaw amendments for minor residential projects. Am I understanding correctly from the crossouts that like even a minor residential project with a zoning bylaw amendment would be $6,000? And if that is the case, can you give an example of a type of proposal that would fall in this category?
Mr. Green.
Thank you for the question. In terms of that would fall into the category of $6,000, So that would be any rezoning that is not essentially a text amendment to that specific zone, regardless of the number of units being created.
Councillor Smart?
And so the other charge within that section, so if somebody wishes to do a text amendment, so for generally those are in relation to FAR, if they wish to increase the FAR of an R zone or even an RM zone, or they would be charged 3,500. However, if they are changing from one zone to another zone, or essentially that would where somebody is rezoning from R4 to R5, they would be charged 6,000.
Councillor Smart?
Thank you. I did have a few more questions. My next question was with regards to the property file review. What triggers a fee for a property file review? Is that just anybody coming up to the counter to ask questions, or is it something more specific?
Green?
Yeah, property file review. So we sometimes ask, let me just double check in terms of making sure that... It would be generally where that we are being asked to do a more comprehensive review that couldn't be just dealt with at the front counter. And so obviously people do come into the front counter with their agent authorization form, or realtors asking questions about a specific issue. And so it does, I guess we have got some discretion depending on the amount of time that we think that will take. And so it's in there just in case that we have a large inquiry that we are able to charge a fee to recover some of the costs associated with that detailed review.
Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. My last question through you, Mayor, is just with regards to the heritage designation fee. If it was the will of council to want to reduce that fee in alignment with the community amenity that we would receive for having a heritage building designated, is that something that council could make a motion for today, or would that conflict with another existing policy about recouping fees for time spent?
Mr. Green?
No, I think if, obviously, I think last time, I think back in 2023, if memory serves me right, I think council did refer back in 2023 the fees that we were proposing to the Heritage Commission, and as a result of that process, they came back, and council then chose to lower the fees associated with heritage-related applications as a way of trying to, incentivize those applications.
Anything else, Councillor Smart?
No, that's fine. I would be interested to make a motion when the time is right with regards to the heritage destination fee.
Sure. I just have two quick questions for staff, just cognizant of time. Just, can you explain how are the appropriate recovery rates determined? Is it just an estimate of the average time of an application? Mr. Green?
Yeah, generally speaking, that is correct, acknowledging that every application is different, and some take less and some take more, but overall we have generally done a bit of an estimate of what we think the costs involved in relation to the different types of applications. Some applications we need to send notification letters, we need to put 2 adverts in the paper, and so some of the costs also reflect some of the external costs that we are associated with these type of applications, as well as the actual processing costs by staff. But it is a general note because some files are dealt with by a planner, some files are dealt with by myself, and so we do have different hourly rates, but generally speaking, we try to estimate what the number of hours are for each type of application.
Thank you. Just curious, I know that we did direct lower fees for heritage. Are there any other fees that are below the cost of processing in our list that you're aware of?
Yeah, I think the only other one would be environmental development permits, where we generally try to encourage people to get environmental development permits, and so I think that is still slightly lower cost than, say, a different type of development permit, even though the costs are probably the same, but we do have a slightly lower amount to encourage environmental development permits to be obtained.
Great. And the last question I have is, do we do any comparisons of our costs to other jurisdictions in the region? Just, I know we often will get if they're wildly different, then people will often flag them. So just curious if we do any sort of sanity check on that as well, or we just look at our costs.
A little bit, but it's hard to compare. We have very different than Saanich and Victoria in terms of the departments that applications get referred to. Probably, more departments get review applications at the city compared to ourselves, and they also have different processing costs associated with, for example, either pre-application discussions or it's very hard to compare apples and apples because they have very different processes for those types of applications.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to now at this point go to the public. If there's any comments, this is on item 9.4 for the Building Planning and Development Fees and Charges Amendment Bylaw. Anybody in the room wishing to speak to us on this? Online? I'm not seeing any. So with that, come back to this table. Get moved first and second reading. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
If I wish to propose a change, would you like that after first or second reading?
Generally, we would do first and second reading and amend.
Okay, thanks.
So I'll move that the Planning, Building and Development Fees and Charges Bylaw number 4845/2023, Amendment Bylaw number 4952/2026 be read a first and second time.
Moved and seconded. This is the time for debate, and I think Councillor Smart, you indicate you wish to make an amendment.
Yeah, I wish to make an amendment to reduce the heritage designation or removal fee from $1,500 to $500.
My apologies for interrupting. If we could have first and second reading read, and once we get through there, we can do amendments.
Okay.
They're more appropriately done.
So you want us to approve
following
second
reading? Yes.
So conclude second reading.
Conclude second reading and then proceed with amendments.
Okay. Procedurally, thank you for that, Ms. Anderson. So we have first and second reading on the books. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Councillor Smart.
Thank you. I'd like to move an amendment that the heritage designation or removal fee of $1,500 be reduced to $500.
Is there a seconder? I'm not seeing a seconder. Okay, so we are at second reading, so with that.
I'll move that Planning, Building and Development Fees and Charges Bylaw number 4845/2023, Amendment Bylaw number 4952/2026 be read a third time.
Moved and seconded. Don't usually debate on third reading, but seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. And then, so it'll come back for adoption at a future meeting. We are now on to 9.5, amendments to elections and voting bylaw 2025. Ms. Anderson, you are the last item on our agenda.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and I'm aware of we have 6 minutes left. So I will quickly introduce this item. Before you is an amendment bylaw in response to Provincial Bill 13, miscellaneous amendments passed last year, which amends a number of provincial statutes, including the Local Government Act. In addition, we are proposing just some housekeeping amendments, and one amendment that was not housekeeping, which is numbered as 10.8 mail ballots. This provision would allow the chief election officer the discretion to issue a mail ballot after the deadline for requesting a mail ballot under extenuating circumstances such as hospitalization. The intent is to enable eligible electors to exercise their right to vote, and this provision reduces any potential barriers that could occur after the deadline for request.
Thank you for that. Any quick questions? Otherwise, I'm going to go to the public. Anybody from the public wish to talk to us about item 9.5, amendments to the elections and voting bylaw? Anybody online? Seeing no hands raised, I'm going to come back to this table.
I'll move that the Elections and Voting Bylaw number 4284/2005, Amendment Bylaw number 4965/2026 be read a first and second time.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Thank you, Ms. Anderson, for doing this work, bringing us into alignment before the election. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed?
And I'll move that Elections and Voting Bylaw number 4284/2005, Amendment Bylaw number 4965/2026 be read a third time.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? I'll come back for adoption at a future meeting. Any new business? Notices of motion or adjournment? Hey, an adjournment. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? That carries. Thank you, everyone. And we'll see you in 2 weeks. but probably all of you at the Camas Day as well on Sunday.
When you have the thingy, right?